I tried to find it, I couldn't find it. So I don't know if it was just a matter of me not being a member of it or if it just isn't there anymore. All I know is that when we came in and when you injected yourself, it allowed him to deflect and stop talking about himself and what you were hearing in the room. That wasn't the discussion. The discussion was what you do, meaning him, when he's in those rooms, and how that's also in part what Big E in the room likes to call people. He was calling people. He was yelling at them or removing them from the room, whatever he was doing. But he had the same smoke for those people who were doing that very same thing, but they don't do the same thing to him in that room. And don't
he's good.
The things that he does.
Now this is where I gotta cut you off because this is where Anthony is good at, right?
And I'm good at it. But go ahead.
He is. He knows how to pivot a conversation.
People allow him to do that, Jim.
Look, hear me out though. When I came in there,
like me, because I don't allow him to do it.
I came in here, and my whole submission initially was, right, I've been in healthy debates where I heard them saying things that were not fruitful when it comes to black people, to put it lightly, right? And that you didn't come off mic, you didn't unmic and defend, give a rebuttal, nothing. You were just there and allowing it to happen, and you had a beam on top of that, right? Now, that was what I had seen. He came back. He came back and said, okay, I'm away from my phone, which that happens to me too. Like, a lot of times I might be in here, but I'm not in here. I'll be somewhere else, and then I'll come back to my phone, and I'll ask for a recap, or so I didn't even hear what was just said, right? So that could be true, or he could be listening. We don't know. But I'm going to have to take what he gives in that instance as true, right? So once he says that, then I came back with it. Y'all don't know if you followed this. I came back with
he removed me from the room, so I didn't hear anything other than what...
No, this is prior to your removal, because I seen when you went down, right?
Okay.
Basically, what I said in addition to that was, okay, if they're having a conversation and there is somebody in there that is saying something that would be considered groveling for blacks or whatever you want to call it, right? And you call that person out in front of that stage, you're aligning with that stage against that black person at that point, right? And then that's when Big E stepped in and said, I would call a coon ass out too. Once he did that, Anthony gonna step behind that. So if he's not saying directly, yes, I would do that, there's nothing I can do at that point. If he was to stand on that, and that's what his viewpoint is, and he articulates that, then I can offer my rebuttal. But until that time, I can't do what I'm gonna do.
No, and I wasn't looking for you to, that's not...
Anthony have a discourse all the time, and he knows what I don't align with. There's no question about it. I stand on what I stand on, and I don't switch that from room to room.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. My problem with you is that when you did allow him to deflect from taking the focus off of him. So when the focus was on him, we were talking about what he does, and he knows he does it, because as soon as and you weren't in here at this time, but as soon as I told him he was going to get those, I was going to find them replays, he started his descent, right? He started I can't control what other people do, and I can't, if they want to say what they want to say, then I can't say that. It don't bother me that he started that, because he was automatically trying to set the stage for a defense based on what he knew was going to look crazy if I started playing that damn
replay, because that would be everything in this conversation.
There were people came in this room and said they heard, not only him, but CEO was doing the exact same thing. There are people in this room that came in. That's how I knew, because I don't go in that room with them people. I come in this room. You know what I mean? So there was people that came in here and they said what he said. Then that's how I knew that he was, and I've heard him do it in other spaces before. I've heard him say that. He does it with us, what makes us think he wouldn't do it with them.
Every time I've confronted that aspect, he's always, nope, that's not the scenario. I defend. If I hear, I give a rebuttal. You heard what he said. Yeah. If I hear it, I'll give a rebuttal. That's what he said.
And he does. But Queen, can I ask you a question real quick, my brother? In all seriousness. And I appreciate what you said, and I recognize racism. Look, like I said, many people know my grandfather was the first black player to play for the Eagles. I've heard the stories going back to the 40s and 50s. But let me ask you this: all the things that you said, how do you advise a younger generation black person to see in corporate America? Going in, because it's multiple races inside corporate America, and the blacks would be the least representative. How do you expect somebody to succeed going in with the views that you're espousing?
I was removed.
So
I said, "What's up to Anthony? I hate black women Edwards, and young bitch," and I was removed. I was cast out.
Who removed you?
Anthony, I hate black women Edwards.
Yeah, he's so the way I would first of all, I'm the question. I don't have an issue. Let me not say that. I'm not start from the beginning. What you do has nothing to do. What you do is a byproduct of who you are. Rather, is a byproduct of what you allow in the workplace, right? What you experience, and I'm talking specifically about you. I ain't talking about anybody else. What you do, I perceive, is a larger. I mean, what you experience in your workplace and what you do, rather, in your workplace is an extension of who you are, what you've allowed as a person.
Agreed.
Period. What do I mean by that? I mean that I don't care where I am. If I'm in a discussion with white folks, I don't care who they are. Now, I do have somewhat of an autonomy because I don't work for anybody, so I recognize that. However, it does not mean that you have to adhere to it. So I don't care what they're espousing. If people, there's something to be said about you when people feel comfortable enough to do it in front of you.
Comfortable enough to
You don't. That's what you don't recognize.
No, I get
People
that.
won't do
I
that
agree
in
with
front of
that.
me.
I agree with that.
They talk behind my back, Trent.
What are you talking about? Do what?
Listen to what I'm saying, brother. They don't feel comfortable enough to say those kinds of things in front
They
of
don't.
me.
But they don't say it to me either. I don't.
Well, how do you know them?
What do you mean?
How do you know it? How do you know that? How do you know this is what you're experiencing?
Because they're not everybody that you meet is racist. I will concede.
I disagree. All white people are racist. Everyone is racist.
That's a whole nother conversation, Alicia.
It's the people who have taken the time to unpack and unlearn those habits and those beliefs that are on the right journey. But I mean, honestly, can you really sit and, if you question your own beliefs, like look at them and say, "Oh wow, this doesn't have some type of racial animus in it," and especially if you were raised predominantly around white people?
I don't know how to answer your question, Kalisha. Let's go back to playing blood.
You don't know how to answer it?
I know how to answer it. I'll answer it. I don't believe all white people. Hold up, Trent. I don't believe all white people are racist. No.
Okay, don't say Trent.
Okay, I'm gonna fall back.
I can take you into the sociology and the breakdown. But Trent, what do you mean you don't know how to answer my question?
Okay, can you restate it more simply and I'll try to answer it?
Sure. Do you believe that America has racially entrenched animus within its culture?
So, yes.
So, because of that racially entrenched animus within its very culture, do you believe that there has to be some type of unlearning in order for people not to be steeped in said culture of racial animus?
I have grown up in California.
It's yes or no?
It's not a yes or no.
It is a yes or no.
If you laugh, you're going to ask me a question, you're going to let me answer. So, look, I've grown up in Texas. I've come up in the automotive industry of Texas, which does have one of the most racial twinges, if you know the history of it, in America. And I have over the past 15 years been more championed by Caucasians to get to the level that I'm at than anyone else. And so while I recognize that there are always challenges in anything we do, what I would implore us not to do, and the reason why I have trouble sometimes, I don't come to these rooms very often, is we are constantly espousing views that hurt people, and people call me about some of these issues you talked about, and they jade and they confuse what you need to do in order to be a force in the world. And there have been significant changes inside Fortune 500 companies and Fortune 1000 companies to exclude to challenge racism and homophobia and all those other things, and and people with disabilities even.
Okay, Trent. So pause because this is now gone somewhere.
He's living in the land of Grandy.
So look, Trent. Look, Trent.
He lives in the land. Trent lives in the land of grandiose in his own mind. Y'all, I just left the room with Trent and talked about him he's not even being willing to put a black person in his PTR. So guess what he did? He said, I hear what people are saying, and he's right, and you guys are right. Now, he didn't call me by name, but he put a black person in his PTR over there to make a point, and now he comes back over here and is back to what it was at first. He put that black person over there.
I see that, Deborah. I was like, oh my God, he got his first black person on his picture.
He wanted us to know how successful that black person was. And I don't even know what he said, but he was talking about whoever that was in his PTR and how successful they are. But what Trent does is his racism is determined by his success. So because he thinks he's so successful, there can't be any racism. And one last thing, I called him out over there for defending what people believe to be a racist. I didn't call the name. I called him on that and said he didn't have to say anything. Whether if he thought he wasn't racist, wasn't even a point. Why did he think in a room that is mostly black people that he felt the need that he needed to defend who most people in the room believe to be racist? That was my only point. He could have stayed on mute and listened and let the racist defend himself.
Yeah, Trent's idea of
He had to come to his defense. That was my only point. I made 2 points. And it's funny, I'll let Gemini say anything else if he
No, we were actually listening to you, Deborah. We heard you. We were listening through Mel's anonymous thing.
Oh, y'all heard the room?
Yeah, we heard. Yes, we were listening to. But no, it's okay. But I'm saying that Trent's idea of racism is based on who and what he encounters individually. It has nothing to do with. He doesn't like to assess racism as a multi-adaptive system that allocates resources disproportionately to one group or another. That's not the way Trent views racism. He views racism the way white people view racism. It's closer to discrimination, not racism. Racism for Trent, and he has to do that because he has to protect an identity that he has built for himself in order to be able to move throughout the place that the life that he has built for himself. Otherwise, he will go crazy because he is determined that, and just like he just said, the people who have given him the opportunities in his estimation are white people, without the consideration that they are the ones that have the opportunities to give him. Not that others didn't want to do that, but that they were in a position to do so. So Trent's problem is he doesn't know what racism actually is. He doesn't view it from a collective aspect. He views it from an individual aspect, which is exactly the way that white folks view racism when they don't understand it fundamentally.
Quinn, there's no way that Trent can be operating as an intelligent individual and not understand the systemic aspects of racism.
Of course he can. That's very
impossible.
Absolutely.
That's
He's
impossible.
not
No, it's not impossible.
intelligent individual, so you're correct.
Yeah, he's
Associating and being avoidant is still passive aggressive abuse, though, and I think that's very important to highlight. Even if it is passive aggressive, it's self abuse and it's abuse to everyone in the room.
But that's how he views racism conveniently, so that he can contend with the life that he's decided he's going to live.
But let me ask you this, Quinn.
That includes his women. That includes the people he works for. That is why he is. The pictures you see him taking, the thing are to convince him.
All right, Jason, we get that.
They don't live in the same world he lives in because they don't have to. That is an amalgam. That is an
Quinn, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right?
Move this off Trent for a second. Let me just move this off of Trent. Trying to broaden it out a little bit.
Sure.
And I wrote this in the chat. I mean, there's this thing, like, I said this, I'll just say what I said in the chat. I've been on this earth for 3 score plus 10 plus 7. I left 10 out the chat. 3 score plus 10 plus 7. and I have never uttered the words, so and so is not racist. As a black person on this earth for that period of time, I have never uttered those words. I don't understand how in public, like when someone, like Deborah said, someone has just demonstrated obvious investment in anti-black behavior, that any black person would sit up and say that person is not racist. And to fight for that, that in and of itself is a problem. That's, I mean, bottom line.
But Dr. AJ, you do agree that that's part of the psychology that I was describing. He has to do that because if he acknowledges even to himself, it's not even about us. If he acknowledges to himself that there are people who are racist that don't display it to him individually, then that creates a different world. That creates the real world for him. He has to deal with another set. But as long as he can convince himself that it's on an individual basis based on who he's encountering,
Right.
that he's okay with it. He can rationalize
Right. And that's why he couldn't answer Kalisha's question. Because
That's correct. Exactly.
Because Kalisha's question was about people who live in a somewhat recognizable reality, that it is possible for you to have relationships with people who hold racist beliefs, right? But are actively not pursuing racist practices, right? So he can't do that because he doesn't understand racism in that way. If you say it's impossible to grow up in America and be white and not have some racist belief, it's impossible, right? It's impossible. Even something to as simple as you see a black person with a nice car and you're like, well, how does she afford that? You ain't asking that about the white people, right? Because that's steeped in this belief that somehow black people cannot fill in the blank, right? So that person may unconsciously have that belief, doesn't mean that person hates all black people. You understand? He can't get that. His comprehension doesn't extend to that level of gray. It either is or it isn't for him. That's why he couldn't answer Kalisha.
Tear down the whole belief system if he
I get that. But look, there's a caveat for this, right? Because I agree, like when somebody displays obvious signs of racism, and then you defend that person, what the fuck are we doing? If that's not
But
the
it
case,
doesn't have to be obvious signs of racism. Like, that's the thing. Like, that was my whole point about the question I asked. Because someone doesn't have to be pursuing racism to make a racist statement. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a consciously racial statement, okay? Because
but see, that still goes to my point. It doesn't matter if it's conscious, unconscious, subconscious, semi-conscious, conscious adjacent. As long as they say something racist, the why doesn't even fucking matter.
Well, it does matter. The why.
Not for me. Like I identify what you are at that point. No matter, we can figure out the why later. I know what you are, and that's the important part.
But see that's the mistake though, because just because someone has said something uncouth or offensive, it doesn't necessarily mean that they intended it that way. And to completely write that person off just because of what they said can sometimes work to your disadvantage. So especially when we're operating around white people, there's lots of factors that come into play. You have to be able to assess, in part their intent. You have to have an understanding of their background, the way that they're moving, whether they would be receptive to a conversation about whatever they said to gain better understanding. I'm going to give an example. When I was younger, and we had learned about World War II. I called someone. Well, I referred to the Japanese as the Japs, not knowing that was a slur, basically something you don't say. And we were with my mom and her Japanese friend, and yeah, that was horrifying. I was like a little kid, but depending on the way that you're taught and the things that people say around you and what you are trained to know as acceptable, sometimes those types of things happen. So it can't just be based on on like, oh, they said some fucked up shit, this one thing, so now we have to completely write them off. Because that is how we end up making absolutely no progress. But that's not even really what we're like discussing here, because what we're discussing is like, I guess someone talked about white Matt or white racist Matt with the raspy voice. White racist Matt with the raspy voice said he would make his 12-year-old daughter have an incest rape baby. Okay? There are other ways to interrogate the unhinged fuckery of these people's statements, and a lot of times it doesn't even necessitate racial, like a racial reckoning or questioning, because where rotten seeds lie, other rotten fruit is close by. Okay, so there is a multi-pronged analysis that we have when we're dealing with individuals. Now, when we're dealing with systemic racism, that's a different discussion, but on an individual basis, I don't think just because someone says one individual statement, we should write them off as a racist entirely. Now, obviously, we know on the app who's racist. We know on the app who we call racist every day, because those motherfuckers are racist, and they've been racist, and they're going to be racist. However, I did end up, like, because I was in Debate the News for a while, I ended up spending extensive time with Brian Binstock. And it was very fascinating because Brian Binstock is actually a very, very, very nice, considerate man. He has just been seeped in racial fuckery his entire life. But if you're willing to have a conversation with him and break it down to him, he is willing to learn. But you have to be able to take a step back and not, like, fall off the cliff where he says that, you know, big chains are popular in rap music today because when black people were brought over on the Middle Passage, they wore big chains to smuggle gold in.
And see, that's where you cut me off, right? And I'm gonna take the mic back for this reason. I don't have no time to explain none of that. It's fuck you and fuck everything you stand for. I don't need shit from you. You're a fucking racist idiot. Fuck you. I don't care if it's because your mom was super racist and your grandma too. I'm glad they fucking did if they ain't yet. Fuck them. Right? Sometimes you gotta take a hard line against ignorance and just not fucking even engage with it on any fucking level, right? And what I was saying earlier was going back to when there's somebody that has shown blatantly obvious signs of racism, my interaction with them is going to completely change. Now, if it is business-wise, I'm not going to alienate myself business-wise until I have a better resource, right? So if I'm utilizing you for something, contractually, we will stay bound. Outside of that, fuck you, right? Because that's just business, one-on-one, right? But one thing I don't like is when I see somebody defend that behavior, that blatantly obvious behavior, and say, but my personal interaction with them dictates otherwise. Although I see that they're moving this way collectively with everybody else, with me, I don't see them as a racist. That is what I think is disingenuous, and that was the point of contention in the conversation that we are having prior to your injection right now, right? Because there's a specific event that happened with Matt on this stage, which Deborah was referencing on the other stage, where we know what Matt is. You clearly just said you know what Matt is, but he was defending him, saying he had been to Matt's home, and Matt was a different person in person, even though he may say racist things online. Now, I think people are free to be who they are, where they feel more anonymous online, where they feel more protected online, because you can't literally reach across and smack the fuckery out of them right then on the spot, right? So they're protected. You'll see a lot more racists, what they would call trolling, which is still very indicative of who you truly are, right? You're just free to be that in a space where it's digital, right? But I still think that's a big indicator on your personality. Although when you see me and I show up in person, and my physical frame might not make you feel comfortable in saying the things you were saying online, I still know that that is how your thought process works. That is how you analyze me, whether you want to say that to my face, which wouldn't be smart, or not.
I agree with that, Jim, but I also think that, like, at the end of the day, the smoke that we're holding, it actually should be towards Trid, not Matt, because, like, what we have instead of, like, we just have an enabler, because what we're actually seeing is the gaslighting of a collective of black people, because Trid has enabled this type of behavior and continues to invite those individuals into spaces. And, like, that's where, you know, like...
For clout.
Yeah, but also because we've had so many freaking conversations with these people, and we know, okay, this person, like, I don't know if you guys have like engaged with Dr. Responsible at length, but Dr. Responsible has actually like listened and has an understanding of the shit that we've said, and he has made it known that regardless of his understanding and his grasp of the complexities, he is still selected to hold these racial beliefs because fuck the blacks, okay? So that's different.
And the Latinos, Kalisha, because he said
Yes.
the
Fuck
flood.
fucking on
He
white.
said
Fucking
about
on
the flood last night. He said about the flood, he only care if they American, not if they Mexican or whatever.
Yeah,
so.
that shit was insane. But I mean, so I think there's a lot happening in these spaces and in these times. But like one of the things that I've learned is that like if I just like wrote off everyone who offended me, or if everyone wrote me off when I offended them or said something that was maybe uncouth or, you know, less than as progressive as I really am, like that would be a huge detriment to me. And that would be a huge detriment to all of us because we are all still learning and we don't know about where these racist biases have hidden in the depths of our souls and our personas until, you know, something is triggered and we say some comment and then, you know, that has the opportunity to be interrogated.
Yeah, but Kalisha, I deal with that. Kalisha, I deal with that all the time, right? I'm a vendor for 63 stores in LA County, 23 Kern County. So when I'm dealing with these stores, a lot of times when I show up, I would say, when I say a lot of times, 99.9% of the time, I am the only black person there. I don't mean like there's another biracial, I mean the only black person there. That's that. When I walk into the rooms, that's that. And a lot of the times when I'm giving them my product, they will say something like, I never. What do you think the end of that sentence ends in? What do you think? Like, just really think about it.
I've never met a black person like you.
That grows and has quality product. That's exactly what the fuck you're saying, which to me is indirectly racist. If you really think about it. Even though they're purchasing my product, what they sometimes are trying to give me a compliment comes across to me as you're one of the good ones, and I didn't know blacks could. You understand what I'm saying? So if I was to take offense to every time, which I do take offense, but if I was to disengage or not do business with them, I probably would have like a third of the stores I deal with at this point.
You think some of them are stress tests when they say that shit, Gemini?
Nah, because I think they genuinely like I'm still getting happy holiday texts and everything else. They engage me on levels that they don't need to for business, right? Like I've developed personal relationships. You see somebody every Thursday, every Friday, you start getting relationships with them, right? So I do believe some of them are like
Ignorant.
they have racial bias, no question about it. However, we have a relationship, but I would never say they're not racist. I wouldn't say that. But I do think my engagement, my interaction with them, me conducting business with them in the manner that I do, me being consistent, on time, quality product, lab tests in hand, every fucking time, is going to allow more people that look like me, should they choose, to be able to engage in the exact same way and have that avenue open to them.
Hey,
Right?
Gemini.
So I do believe in you can make progress in that way. I don't think you can just change somebody, but I think if we don't have people frontlining it and the way I'm doing in my field, and I'm sure there's people doing a lot more than me, I'm not trying to center myself in a lot of other ways that we don't make progress. We don't.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
see, let me jump in here.
To show up is exactly like the type of thing that I'm talking about because it is exhausting and it's not everyone's labor. It's not everyone's ministry. But like, I mean, also, I don't know if people necessarily really, until it personally impacts them, that they have to challenge those beliefs. Y'all, I have white grandparents. They were born in the 40s. Y'all think they don't say crazy ass shit? You're mistaken.
Yeah, let me jump
But
in.
it's not like I can just be like, yeah, I'm done with you motherfuckers. No, like that's not productive. That's not going to I get to be in different spaces because of that 1940s white privilege. And even the most wokest of the old whites still have that racist bullshit in them. But when we pause and you look at some of the elder black people, we can't say that they don't share some of those same fucked up see life. So I have to be able to engage with them in a way that can build, not just cut them off at the knees. Because then I don't get any of the resources.
Yeah, preach, I love it.
We
Sweet, respectfully, before I could, real quick. Gemini says your story about, fill in the blank, ... Well, I've never seen, you can someone who looks like you who is so blah, blah, blah. I had that experience when I was in college when I met one of my friend's mothers. I'm not black, I'm very brown, but I'm not black. And when I met her, we talked, we chatted for a little bit, walked away, and then the next day, my friend comes up to me and she's like, "Oh, thanks for coming out and meeting my mom." My mom's so crazy. She says the craziest thing. She's like, "Oh, I really liked your friends, but especially that Moose. He seems so charming and intelligent for a color boy."
Yeah, you can't be black and whatever shade and not have heard those conversations. And I definitely understand, Jim. What I wanted to anchor is this. Even the older, I'll start with this. Even the older whites, they knew that everybody wasn't just going to get hung from a tree. They knew that there was black folks that was going to push back. And they've always understood, and this is my whole point. If people don't speak against it, like when you don't know that it's offensive when you say a jab, immediately on the spot you learn. When that situation comes up, or when you say, "Man, be a little more Jewish," and if somebody check you and say, "Hold on," because you're thinking, "Oh, penny pincher." Growing up, you might have just thought being Jewish like that, that's just something that everybody understands. But until a Jewish person says, "Hold up, man, hold the hell up, that shit was offensive." Well, no, man, come on, let's throw their little money, you're just holding back, and you adding a lot. So when you don't understand, you don't know, but in the moment, oh, you're gonna get a check. But here's the point. Why Matt in the clubhouse? Because the reality is, before you ever grab Gemini and take his ass to El Salvador on the street, and before you get a chance to prove that, well, hold up, I'm a real citizen, and before that happens, people got comfortable just talking a certain way. That's why it's crucial to check shit. As soon as, wherever the hell you can, and let it be known, look at here, partner. That shit, this is just clubhouse, okay, yeah, but in reality, these thoughts exist. In reality, these play out a certain way. So if you never heard it, it's a blessing to let it be known that, yeah, you might have thought it's okay to just call these niggas and bitches, and okay, but you're gonna run up on the wrong one, and ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you, because everybody ain't cool with the shit that may be cool in your circle and grandmamas and whatever. It don't matter. It's right is right. So if you have to get the education real time live, then you might have to, but don't be mad and say you didn't know. That's all it comes down to, because the reality is, when real life is at stake, not in clubhouse, but when real life goes down out there, when shit jumps off, it's because of these thoughts that people have and they get comfortable with, and whether it was, fostered by trend or just mad, what the hell ever, that shit comes out, whether you're drunk now or whatever the situation is, your real heart gonna show up. And it should be understood at that point, other folks want to live too. So it may put you in a real uncomfortable position, because you never understood these are real people that care about living too, and all them little jokes and and you just cape in, and you being studied too, whether it be Trent, whoever the hell it is, me, whoever, you being studied. So just know that everybody's taking note. You might have to deal with whatever you got to deal with, like Gemini know, or whatever, anybody knows. But to hear you caping, oh, you being studied, oh, don't ever think for a second. People don't realize you will look the other way when they come to do some bullshit to this one. You're not going to push back at all, because you're not going to jeopardize yourself. And that right there is very important and very telling, and important to remember, because everybody got to do one thing and one thing only. Survive. I bet.
Thank you. I just have a question. I mean, don't judge me, y'all, but I really just want to understand. How do y'all rate this racism thing? Because a lot of the people that y'all call racist I don't see them being racist, right? And I just want to know, do people like just group everybody together, or are you making these claims based off of your own personal experience? Are you making these claims based off of what other people are saying?
I just realized this. I'm old now. There was a time, and this is not an affront to you, First Lady, but there was a time we wouldn't even ever had to ask that question. Like, I have to realize the time period I'm in, and it's, as you're getting older, you really don't, you don't, time doesn't move that way. You seem to think some things are, fundamentally, people understand, but, in the last almost 20 years, we've had a black president. And I realize that there are people born now that are almost 20 or 20 something years old that live through that think that we are in a post-racial society, and I just think people, and maybe it's my own understanding or my own assumptions that people have a better fundamental understanding of what racism actually was, and at best we assigned it by default and let people defend it. Now, there may be some people that think that that's not a good policy, but that's exactly the way it was, because there were good reasons to assess that people were racist and did racist things. So I'm saying that to say, with your question, the way that we assess what racism is based on what we understand it to be. People who, you don't have to necessarily be a racist to support racism. So there are people who endorse racism, either they endorse racism in a way that is actively or passively. Thank you. So there are people who do so passively and don't think it's a big deal. And there's a lot of that happens, and I'm realizing that now, even with people who are good people. They just don't know what it is, and we have been convinced that we can't assess it to everyone because it's a bad thing, and we should not accuse everybody of being racist. We can't do that. Yes, the fuck you can, because the jacket fits.
Once you do that, you let the real racists escape. That's when they say all blacks are lazy or all blacks are this. Now, once we're all lumped together, you can't sift through and find out who's good afterwards. You already put them in that category. It is.
And it's not the same thing, because we don't assess that. There are people whom you might believe assess that just without thought or without cause, but that is based on our trauma. That is based on what we've experienced.
Quinn, you wouldn't even be able to have this conversation. I want you to think about this real quick.
It's not incumbent upon people.
You got to hear this. You couldn't have this conversation if we actually applied that belief and retrofit it. And what I mean by that is this. We had white allies that assisted us to get to the point we are here now.
And guess what, Gemini?
Hold up. If we assumed all of them were racist and didn't engage and only secluded ourselves and worked with each other, yeah, we'd be on a fucking plantation right now. So you have to have wisdom and discernment to understand who is who.
I'm not in disagreement with you. What I'm telling you is because I assess that you are racist or have racist tendencies, doesn't mean even to your point that I can't work with you. There are people who assisted in the civil rights movement who were racist, Gemini. That's what I'm telling you.
First Lady's question was
how do you assess
age,
it?
is there an age? I mean, are there people out there that may not? I mean, what considers a racist? We know the old terminology. Does anyone have anything to say other than that?
Let me jump in on that.
Dr. A.G. was trying to speak.
Okay, thank you. So, hold on.
Hold on. One mic on Dr. A.G., please.
Thank you. So, what I would say to you, firstly, is a racist is someone who manifests a committed belief in racism, and that could be like what Kalisha said. It's not one statement, but it is consistent statements. It is habitual behavior, right? And somebody who advocates for, supports racist practices and policies. for me, that is how I detect, to use your word, someone who is racist, right? I don't monitor how other people do that. I'm like I said before, in all my years on earth, I've never gotten into a discussion with somebody where I'm arguing a person isn't racist. That's not my battle. I don't police how other people determine that. I don't regulate that. But if you're asking me how I define it, that's how I define it. And then my final thing I'll say is that there are black people in the world who perpetuate racism and white supremacy, and I call them that too.
Yeah, let me say this on that thought, because I thought about this a lot in the last, like Queen was saying, over the last 10, 20 years, whatever.
Let me ask First Lady if that was okay. Hold on, sweet. Before you go, let me ask First Lady if that was okay, because she did ask the question.
Yeah, I'm processing what you said.
Okay.
You know me, and we got anxious people on stage. But I just want to know, did somebody move Gemini down?
No, we're here.
No, he was down. I don't know how he got down there. I'll put him back up.
Oh, I didn't. I don't know. I wasn't looking at my phone until I came to answer the question, so I don't know.
Not y'all playing IGB Boulay edition, figuring out who's moving people down.
maybe
Not Boulay.
I was anxious. I too, yeah. Like Dr. AG, I was anxious to do what Dr. AG did and answer your question, First Lady. So I apologize for being anxious to answer your question. So I wanted to chime in and because you threw it out there to the floor. And so I'll say this. Racism is the term we use today when we really talking about white supremacy. White supremacy got lumped into a category called racism, which in and of itself waters down the conversation. Because the Chinese person loving Chinese people, to me, ain't racism. A person from Nigeria going to work here, but so to water it all the way down, when the reality is that white supremacy, as it takes on them, you can't go anywhere and not have it be in the atmosphere, as Kalisha kind of eloquently pointed out, and it's in the fabric of everything. However, when you're talking about all of the layers and you're talking about individuals that you can't even talk a certain way unless if your heart is not already shaped in a certain white supremacist kind of way, which could play out in you losing your life, or it could just play out losing a job, or it could just play out in just being the butt of somebody's joke. There's a lot of ranges to it. However, it's very telling, like Gemini was saying, when you hear white supremacy coming from a black person, a light-skinned person, whatever, dark, white, when you hear somebody tolerating a total disrespect, like Jewish community, you'll never hear the slightest hint of a thought of anti-Semitism. Oh, they finna point your ass out so damn quick. Shit, you just if you thought a certain thing, your ass is getting ready to go to the goop in real life. It's that kind of thing that exists when it comes to black people. It's almost like, and that's with Trent, a person like Trent, I don't know Trent, a mindset that you hear coming out of him all the time, and I can think of some others. You hear a person that is cool with disrespecting black folks. You're cool with just accepting, so if you marry a white woman or a white dude, or you marry him, and you learn to talk a certain way. That is at the core of a white supremacist whole systemic thing. Now, whatever Trent may or may not do, but the bottom line is you realize they don't have the courage to stand up against it. They bow down for whatever reason, the money, the this, the that, favor. They're not willing to stand on, hold up, man. They're not willing to tell the truth. They're not willing to call it like it is. And we understand that. They're trying to eat. They're trying to do whatever. But thank God everybody doesn't have to live that way. Even like Gemini said as I land. When he deals with the racism and he sees it and understands it, he knows what it is. He ain't stupid. And I guarantee you, it does evolve in their mind when they have the first Negro, the first black person in the station, in his radio station, at the school, after this, after that. And they say, oh, wow, you're different, because they don't have enough experience with seeing people operate outside of the norm that has been created by white supremacy.
Anybody else wants to answer First Lady's question?
Yeah, so I'm thinking race to me is like on a racism is on a spectrum. Um, in it that there are certain levels, like what people were saying. You can harbor some maybe racist thoughts, but that may not mean that you are racist. You may have had some type of upbringing where you recognize, oh, this is wrong, and I'm not a racist, so I'm not going to do that. But then there may be things that you subconsciously think is like okay, but for other people, because you may not have interacted with them enough. Now, and I really want to stress enough to have those substantive conversations to discover, hey, there is more embedded racism, or just racial thoughts. And then you have the, again, like you're saying before, that systemic stuff where I am intentionally trying to hurt you, discredit you, devalue you because of my belief system about you as an individual of this so on, like categorical race. So it's a spectrum because some people have a lot of beliefs and some people have a little beliefs. I think everybody has something in them. I can't say anybody is completely innocent of that, but ultimately people live on a spectrum. The thing is are they going to hurt you or not? Case in point, I'm gonna be really quick on this. I had a project. I had to do a sit down interview with some old people. Had a Mexican lady, had a white lady. They, really old, like 80 or something like that. They were talking about their times in Texas. I was filming it. A couple people. The Mexican lady said something about colored people, and then the white people in the room freaked out because here I am recording the thing, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? She's just telling me her story. Look, she's not trying to hurt me. She's not trying to diminish me. She's just telling the story, and when she was describing the people in her neighborhood, she just used the word colored. Get the fuck over yourself. I'm looking at you guys now, and we need to have a conversation. So I'm not going to freak out about it. You shouldn't freak out about it. Let's get on the same page. So I just want to stop on that and say, racism, racist, calling people racist, it's on a spectrum. Get over it, man. Analyze it. Know at a certain point people are fucking nuts, and know at a certain point people are fucking innocent, and they need to be taught because they want to be taught, and they're willing to be better people because of that. I'm done.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know like what that was that addressing First Lady's question? I didn't and honestly, I didn't either. So I went off on my own tangent. So I'm just asking.
So Gemini said that an hour ago. When it comes to your job and doing what you do, you may be working with a racist person. Do your job, get your money, and recognize that they're racist. Up on this app, we don't even know each other, and we've never seen each other. Do what you do in your personal space. Don't come on the app, especially now after the election. I can't hardly take it no more. Just about every time, and I'm able, I'm going to check Trent when he says stupid stuff. I don't have anything against Trent, but I do intend to confront, because I think that's what we all need to do, is do more confronting. It doesn't have to be contentious. I'm going to work on that. But also, I just believe that everybody doesn't have to prove a point, especially when it's getting ready to be something stupid. Sometimes it's okay to just stay on mute. I try to practice that because I don't have to have, Trent thinks he has to have a response to every situation that's discussed on here. He never comes and just becomes an active listener. That's why he keeps getting caught up in shit, because he don't listen to understand. He just want to be running his mouth and being relevant in every conversation. That particular day, when the discussion was about Matt, he was in the goop. He came on stage on purpose to defend it. That's freaking ridiculous. He wasn't even on the stage, but he raised his hand to come up to defend him. I could care less what he thinks about Matt. For some reason, he thinks We care what he thinks about men. And that's every conversation. It doesn't matter what it is. We could be talking about pregnancy. He has a friend who has a cousin or something else who's pregnant, and he can tell us about it. I think it's overkill, and if me confronting him is going to make him leave the room, then I guess he'll keep leaving, because every time maybe not every time, but when I think it's relevant and he's done too much, I'm going to bring it to his attention. I think he should know, and it's clear that he's going to do whatever it takes to get along, which is why he gets along with white people, because over there in that other room, he turned his PTR to a black man and then flipped it back to come over here. So he's kind of do what he needs to do to get by. I think everybody should do what they need to do, but you ought to be able to recognize when you're a coon and when you are supporting and uplifting the racist stuff here on Clubhouse.
Period.
First lady, just answer your question, because ain't nobody answering your question. You hear me?
No, I'm sorry, Mel. I think I
think they answered.
Yeah, I think
Also,
one person
don't forget-
answered. I think it was Dr. AG. I'm going to speak for self.
Okay.
It's based on experience. Just like anything in life. If you experience this from these type of people, you're always going to feel that way. You're always going to give a side eye. You're not going to trust. You choose not to mingle and mix with them, and that's what it is. So for me, based on my experience with white people, that's what I choose to do. I don't mix with them in nowhere in life, right? And I choose not to. And I give you a side eye because I don't trust you. And that's what it is. So I'm answering your question. Hopefully everybody else can.
Yeah, I try to take it on a case per case basis too. I don't try to blanketly assume. With a deeper understanding of racism, I understand that fundamentally, to Kalicia's point, that there is a element of racism that element of being racist that all white people are born into. So we understand that. Now, whether those people act on that, whether we know that they're all beneficiaries of it. You try to handle people on a case per case basis, and if they're displaying that they support racism. As far as I'm concerned, when people say they support Trump, I automatically build a profile about you that says that you endorse racism, either passively or actively. So that's one thing right out of the gate. But to answer your question, the way that we handle it, the way that I handle it rather, is by just assessing what I know to be racist and how people endorse it, and then I base my profile on how I interact with you based on how you act within that. But I assume that you are that out of the gate, not in a way that's going to make me stop fucking with you, but just in a way that I understand that it just depends on to what degree you acknowledge your privilege and how you handle it.
I like that, Quinn. I like that approach. I can relate to that. You show up. And when someone opens their mouth, their mind is on display. How they say it, what they choose to say. The mind is an amazing thing. Male, female, doesn't matter. How people process their own survival to stay alive is a very amazing, beautiful, interesting study. But I know certain people will never say certain things. That's what I know across the board. That's why I've never heard somebody face to face in life say some of the shit I hear in Clubhouse. Ever. I've been in some real situations like everybody on this stage has. But it's like that's what I just laugh off, because it's like, bro, show me that at the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't sustain certain thoughts. You might have certain feelings, but until someone's put hands on somebody, we really ain't got nothing much to talk about. As long as you don't think you can come in my lane and like redirect my life like physically, now we have something we really gonna have to talk about in that moment or whatever. Because the agreement to a bullshit is what I call it. You have to go into agreement to let bullshit stick around. You have to. And I thank God for my particular journey, mama's side, daddy's side. Man, the education, boy, y'all had the education I've had watching life You see, I know a lot, like Trent to me is like a black dude that got with a white woman. See, okay, cool, they make their children some Creole, whatever. But it's, see, you don't really understand white folks the way I do. You haven't been blessed to grow up and see some shit and know the conversations they have when there ain't no black folks around. Because you know, I guess in their mind, when you look at me, I ain't the darkest person in no clubhouse room, probably. But the point is, I've been the blackest one in the room. I know what it's like to be the darkest one in a room in the valley, Gemini, or to be wherever, or the lightest one. So the insight that you have, if you just steadily always black, you know you always black wherever you show up, so you get a certain kind of treatment. You may not ever really understand the shit that is being said when you ain't present, because you're always present wherever you go. So to have the insight, oh man, our cats really talk, and what they really will do, when, like Carmelo Anthony, that ain't no new shit. I don't know where y'all live, but that is everyday life for a whole lot of folks. About may not leave someone dying, but fight, oh absolutely, it's gonna be some shit because boys will come at boys regardless. Let alone you throw that racial dynamic in there. Oh, people want to test or something to find out what it's gonna do, and that's all I'm saying. So anybody that's still here right now, 50, 40 years old, you've been through some shit. 60, shit, white, even white, whatever. You've seen some things. If you've been in America all this time, I travel, whatever, but you know some shit about what's real. And you know scenarios that it's almost like a perfect storm can get created where it don't line up with what you think it's supposed to be, but we about to find out in that moment. And I think there's a lot of those moments coming down the pike. People still operating from 1900 or making it, shit, okay. I just would suggest coming with a good heart today is valuable, black or white or whoever the hell you are, because it's a different time.
All right, I mean, y'all can have a different conversation. Because this one, I don't know.
Hey, First Lady, I just wanted to say something real quick, if it's okay.
If you must, sure, go ahead. Hey, Keith.
How you doing? Yeah, so I was going to say that I believe, to answer your question, I think that the racism, it started to me, in my experience, with classism, and then it goes into racism. When, I could tell you a long story of how I got to where I'm at, but now that I'm in this position, I see more, how you doing, Mr. Brown? How you doing, Mr. Brown? But when I was on the other side, which was a different side, I wasn't getting that. So I think the racism, it started at the classism, and then I got racism on every side, even by my black brothers and sisters. Because I went to all white school, all black school. I got Puerto Rican, but they adults now, but kids. And then I got Italian, I got 4 kids that's Sicilian. And I got racism on every level from every different place. But I always identified as black. And I always, back to somebody said it, I stand my ground when it comes to black. I let everybody know where I came from. I don't hide it. I don't play games. And now, I own 2 hospice companies, one in Ohio, one in Texas. So I got a lot of physicians, a lot of different people. Our patients at 50 patients census right now. And when I walk in the room, they'd be like, that's the owner. And I'm like, no, I'm not the owner. I'm just out here trying to make it happen. So I always stay humble, but I always let them know where I stand and who I identify. And I'm always going to identify, not so much as a black man, because black is a color, but of a man of black culture.
Thank you. I just started using my block feature. Somebody had blocked on the screen. I guess it doesn't work. I don't get it.
You just say, how does it feel? How does it feel, Miss Lady?
How does it feel? All right. All right, so I heard everybody. Well, I heard those that wanted to respond. And I'm just like, okay, So we hold on to the head at one point in time versus getting to know people for who they are today. Okay, I get it. No worries.
What do you mean getting to know people for who they are today? I'm confused. What do you mean?
I just choose to get to if in fact I'm in conversation, when it comes down to business, whatever it might be, like my first thought process isn't because this person doesn't share the same race as myself that they are racist.
Somebody said that. I might have missed. Gumbo might have distracted me, and I missed that. So I'm not asking.
You need to stop distracting mom.
I know. I'm trying to be contentious. I'm just trying to see what we got a lot. Gumbo got a lot today.
Well, I think Gwen said that, to be honest.
I did say that. Yeah.
That was one. There was another. There was a couple people who said I'm not else.
Oh, okay.
Without, reason. But I don't choose to put a headshot on it because I think that's what makes conversations weird. I'm just saying, based off of what I've heard today, people hold true to that, and I guess I get it. But I think that's where we crash and not moving forward with the same group of people because we have different ways of judging situations. And then you got one group of people hating the other group of people because they think that you are defending a racist. There are some people who definitely want to be outside of their race. I can identify those people. But even some of those people, the people that they try to defend, I don't necessarily think that those people are the racists. I think that they, just, I don't know. I'm just weird. I hate this conversation. Every time we talk about race, we actually end up fighting because one is trying to prove to somebody else that somebody else is racist. And if you don't agree with the person that they are racist, then I've seen times before that we got the argument. And I don't want that.
No,
I agree. Oh, sorry.
No, Dr. H, you go ahead.
I agree with that. Firstly, that's why I said I don't argue with people about that. Like, I don't understand the reason for arguing with somebody about whether or not another person is racist. Like, why do that? So I agree with you on that part. I guess I just missed the part where that conversation was had.
I think that this is the last thing I'll say, I promise. I do think that we have gotten to a point where, because there's always going to be racism, I do believe we had progressed to a point where we could live amongst each other without it being such a blatant thing. It may have been underhanded and passive, but it wasn't so blatant. Now, so I would never blame it on Trump, but certainly since his era, it's gotten a little bit more permissible, I think, over time, until it's exploding. And that plays out, I think, here on Clubhouse. It is easier to play out on Clubhouse because basically no one knows who anyone else is. And so I think we see it here because we're on Clubhouse, kind of anonymous for the most part, and it makes it more comfortable when you're not saying it in somebody's face. But because Trump gets on a microphone and others and say the things out loud that used to just be said in private spaces, is becoming more, a comment, more common. And I do think that that's a sad place that we are, because I think that is definitely a backward movement.
I don't do it by default. I mean, if you are, there are people we know especially the white folks we know that are not real. They're here right in this room all the time. April is far from that. You know, Aram is far from that. Dark Aaron is far from that. And so we understand that based on conversation that we've had, but I also understand that, again, fundamentally, that everyone is born into it, and they are trying, if they are good, if they arrive in the places that April or Aram or Dark Aaron have, it is because they have worked on it. They have worked on becoming that. So by default, they are born into a system that prioritizes and they benefit from. So they understand that. But if they get to a point where they're not, where they're in April or Aram or Dark Aaron, it's because they've worked to get to that place. So it's not as if I treat them any differently because I even understand that, because I think that's giving away I think that's giving away my position. You know, the one thing about being racist is that it's not, you're not so much a critical thinker, and are more emotional. That tenet is that is a tenet of people who are racist and who endorse by passively or actively. So I don't. I think to answer your question, I don't go around with wearing my feelings on my sleeve. I don't do that. But I definitely don't try to ignore it when I see it. When I see it, I acknowledge it and I don't let off you. You know, especially for people who passively or actively endorse it, i.e. the Trents, i.e. the Anthonys. They are to be. They are to be, and then even the Pepes or whoever the people are. You stay at them about that. But and then to some degree, it's like there's sometimes when I don't have to engage them because they as far as I'm concerned, I really believe this fundamentally, that you are beneath me. I don't have to address you. So, but in the instances where it makes sense, I do address it, and I'm not going to act like it doesn't exist. And I'm not trying to also build coalitions with them. I'm not trying to find commonality with them just so that I can get along and maybe somehow change their mind at some point. I am not interested in that. That is their work to do, not mine.
I just want to shout all of you out. I think you're all amazing. You know that. I tell you, I should tell you more. But it is a thing. Racism is a thing. The privilege of a white person is a thing. You must always keep front and center as a white person to continue to work on yourself. You have to want to do that. And I can't explain it in any other way. Okay, y'all hear my accent. I was born in an old country Baptist church. That's that's what I grew up listening to. And as a 6-year-old, my little 6-year-old mind heard that God is love and He loves everybody. And we're supposed to love our brothers and sisters. But then when I would hear my family members say bad things about black people, I was like,
Thanks, RH. Appreciate it.
but that's not what the preacher says at church. So that's where I got my little spark of, that's not how it's supposed to be, right? It wasn't from any of my family members teaching me that wasn't the way it was to be. That was from myself, listening to them, and like, this is not congruent, right? It's not right. And so, as a child, I grew up with that, knowing that my family was wrong. I loved them, but they were wrong, right? And lots of times people don't get to have that distinction in their lives for whatever reason. And white privilege is it's a drug. Let me tell you, it is a drug, because until you start to consider other people, you're just like, this world was made for me. I just walk through it, and why do they have problems I don't have? It must be something wrong with them. Okay, this is the mentality that I've seen. And I've been in the room when black people leave the room and they start talking. And they're talking to me or around me because they hear this accent, see my face, and they think I go along with them. Nope, they're devious. I'm not saying this about all white people, obviously. But as Kalisha said earlier, you have to do the work to not be that way. To not be that way against anybody. You have to work on yourself. And it does take work. And I've had to explain to my children who are biracial, your mom is not the standard example of white people in your world. You have to know that. It's dangerous if you don't know that. I love you. I care for you. There will be other people who look like me who will be allies, but you have to be very careful to find out who those people are. And I say that because they're men. I would say that if they were women as well, but black men have to be, especially tall, big black men like the ones I have to be especially careful in this world what they do and say. And I'm preaching to the choir. I'm going to stop. But it is a work. It's a work that continues that you have to do on yourself. And if you don't want to or have no motive to do so, then I would have to consider you racist. If you don't realize or choose to realize or to see what it is.
Amen.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well said.
Sister First Lady, would you move on from this conversation?
I'm sorry, I was interrupting.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just playing. I'm just good. What's the stock prices of baby oil these days? What's going on? Let's get back to P. Diddy. Let's go back to P. Diddy. Come on. He's still hot, right?
I have a question. I was just in the audience.
You were always attacking me, First Lady. I thought we had something special going on.
Could you shut the hell up, please? God damn. Be quiet. Mute up.
Hey, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, I need you to keep going. I'm gonna shut up. Bye.
Thank you. So as I was listening, this was a really good conversation, and it wasn't any drama and craziness. So I wanted to know, like, I understand where Quint and some other people were coming from a monoracial standpoint, but I want to kind of like get into the heads of the biracials. Is that possible? Like, how do you feel when it comes to race, and how do you feel it?
Who was that question posed to?
Is the biracials? Kalisha here.
Oh, okay.
Kalisha here. I just want to
Wait, sorry, what's the question?
So that that everybody was talking about race and how you view racism, and I understand it from a monoracial standpoint. And I have cousins that are biracial, but I never understood it. Like, how I want to know how you feel about racism from a biracial standpoint, if it's possible.
I don't know if I view it differently because, like, I don't think people are less racist to you because you're biracial. I think that, like, they still see you as black, so they're still gonna be, like, racist to you as if you were black. The same. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think there's any distinction. It's just like, your cousin or your parent might perpetuate some of those racist ideas rather than like a stranger.
Absolutely. It's always taught. We're never born racist.
I'll say this. I think I'm in that category for sure. Biracial. My mother's Creole. Father's much more traditional African American. Black man, black leather, Watts. My mother doesn't consider herself white or black. She's Creole. You cut her and she gonna tell you Creole juice gonna jump out of her. However, what's hard I've watched for her and some of my other relatives on that side to realize is they reap a benefit in this, I call it white supremacist world. Everybody likes to say racism, so just bear with me. That's, if you translate it into racism, that's fine, but I'm gonna call it like I see it. in the stratification and the systemicness of white supremacy, it's much more than white and black. It's way, but however, what I can stand on across the planet as I've traveled across the planet, even outside America, the darker your skin is, the more hell you finna catch. Period, point blank. You may handle it better than some, but the reality is that. Whatever stratification. So therefore, my Creole mother's side, she may not want to admit, because like Kalisha brought up, the white world lets her know you ain't white. It's hard probably for a darker black person to understand that. Because all they see is you get more favor than I get. I'm darker black and you're lighter black and you get more favor than I do. So it's easy for the blacker person to put the lighter person in a certain white boat. You hear it in Clubhouse all day, every day. You ain't black enough to talk about black issues. All this kind of stuff. But the reality is, not because my mother's necessarily racist, but there's a benefit in it. As a human being staying alive, 2 years old, 5 years old, 10, all you know is you want stuff. Whatever it takes to get stuff, that don't make you a racist off the top. You just know you want a nice bike. You want some ice cream. You want, and as you live though, you begin to analyze, damn, the black folks seem to have it worse. Are they just stupid? This is what we, the Pepe's and the North, whoever the hell, that Trinity, it's like, oh, you have no sensitivity to what the hell is really going on. So miss me with talking about you represent black folks, man. You represent a certain small percentage of a black mind that ain't got nothing in it of solution. All you can talk about is the current status quo. That's all you can talk about. But making it better, you have no contribution to that. What, if anything, you're going to reinforce status quo, which every black person can't stand status quo. So now here's the dilemma. You're an American. You have to, you want to go lead the country. Ain't nobody leading shit. You black, you've been here, and you're going to make it, all you have is the Constitution and try to make it better. Jesus got whatever, Muhammad. And all you have really to stand on is do the right thing. So when you see the right thing not being done, it causes something in you on a deep DNA level, because you realize it wakes up some shit in your own anecdotal reality that justice is not being done. So black folks, there's a stratosphere. And look, Alicia, whoever, you know, as a woman, you've been done a certain way, as a light-skinned woman, as a black woman, and then if you're lighter skinned, you ain't never the blackest one in the room and you ain't never the whitest one in the room. So you know what hell is like on both sides of that equation. You know what it's like to not be embraced because you're too dark. And if you go in other communities, you're the lightest vanilla thing in there. But in other communities, you're the darkest thing in there. All of that comes with this idea of being biracial, quote unquote. And by the way, find me someone that's jet black in America that ain't biracial. I don't give a damn how far you gotta go back. There's probably some white in there somewhere. Or some eight for sure. So anyway, it's just, so it becomes this having conversations. But again, it's understood being black. My grandfather, I'll drop it on this note, couldn't get into Xavier University. If any of you saw him, you would think he was a white man. He could not get into Xavier University in New Orleans because he was too dark. Couldn't get into the pharmaceutical school. But when he came out to LA in 1947 with his family and his 5 brothers, and he had his own 11 children out here, you better believe over there at Crenshaw and Adams, where he lived at that time, in the Jefferson corridor, you better believe it was a whole lot better than being over there where my father grew up in Watts. But my father had been here much longer. His family had been here longer than him, the Buffalo Soldiers and all that. But you better believe there was benefits, and judges came out of my mama's side, and sheriffs, and all kind of stuff. So to watch that dynamic, but when you have cousins on both sides of that, and you go different places into the Magic Mountain or in the valley, whatever, there's a certain love there. Yeah, damn it, you're not finna do these cousins. I've seen dark cousins, light cousins. It becomes a cousin thing. It becomes a family thing versus everybody else. And whatever shade you on, it don't really matter. If you on some BS, you're gonna catch it. If you ain't, if you cool people, then you can roll. We can all just kick it. That's my little 2 cents on what it is to be biracial in 2025 and the history of America.
What is that the topic? What we are talking about?
Yeah, that was Brooklyn's question that I was dealing.
What's up, lady?
Hey, school, hey, school. You
Sorry.
asleep?
No, my daughter's fucking going through teething and she won't let me leave her stupid side.
Wait
So
a
I can't
minute.
take
You
her.
just said the baby's stupid. What's wrong with
No,
you?
she's going through stupid. She's going through teething.
Right.
She's not stupid. I mean, but she has. I mean, all babies are stupid. But
I'm gonna keep you in prayer.
I mean, they are. You know, I mean,
Yes. Well, damn. School?
They don't know how to drive a car.
Prayer
They
is
can't drive a car yet.
diabolical.
All the time. Every time.
That-
But no,
that-
school, you know.
That was a very English statement. The fun.
It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
wait,
Wait.
babies are like what? How's that ignorant?
I mean, school, please. I'm trying to
Look at
keep
my
the people
PTR.
off of you. Okay, I'm saying.
I decided to donate $500 to Mom Dami.
Oh, really?
Yep. I was tired of all the asinine shit people were talking shit about him. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even live in New York City. I want this motherfucker to win. I'm donating money for his campaign.
But did you hear? Okay.
I heard what Sweet said. Or Sue.
No, I was talking about the Mondami thing. Somebody was talking about it yesterday in regards to a lot of different things. Okay.
About him, how he applied to college and put, oh, yeah, guess what? My daughter's gonna be biracial. Her ass better put black on there too. And when she's going apply for a job, she better put white on there too. I don't give a shit.
But he not biracial though.
Huh?
He not biracial.
I'm saying people need
Right,
to do
so
whatever they can.
I'm saying, oh, so you justify people
No,
who
I
are
ain't saying
biracial.
y'all need to take advantage of rules and take
Okay,
advantage of
okay,
anything
I understand that
you
though,
can.
but I understand what I'm saying to you, school, is if your daughter were to do that, right, she's not lying.
I know, but if you
Okay.
were to do that, just like
So you're saying you're okay with somebody lying if that's what they need to do to get by?
how do y'all think people win?
I'm just saying it's a simple yes or no. You're okay
1000%.
with
I need
somebody
y'all to
lying.
win.
Hold on, let me ask the question again. You're okay with somebody lying about their race to get
People
a
say the same thing
scholarship
every
that are
day.
designated for disadvantaged people of another race?
I am okay for you to do whatever it takes for you to win.
So that's a yes.
Whatever it takes for you to
Okay.
win.
Oh,
That's also you guys. Do whatever it takes to win because other people
no,
will do it.
no. Don't say no, you guys. Specify.
I'm saying anyone.
Because I do not know. Absolutely the fuck not. No.
Wait,
Don't say you guys. So, Mom Dami, first of all, his daddy came on a scholarship for African students to the U.S. His daddy is not. It was for black African students. And then Mom Donnie attempted to enter university by claiming to be black.
Yeah, Colombia. I saw the article.
Yeah. And he still didn't get in, which says something about him. But aside from that, so my question to school was, the example of his daughter doesn't work because his daughter wouldn't be lying. She could justifiably claim both races, right? And so my question to him was he thereby saying he's okay with someone lying about their race to obtain a scholarship that is meant to benefit disadvantaged people of another race? And his answer was a roundabout yes.
Yes, because if this man ends up winning, he's still going to benefit.
I don't
black
care
people
about him winning.
as a whole.
He wasn't running for anything except race liar at the time. He wasn't running for anything. So where he
What do you
is
mean,
now
race
is
liar? Sorry.
wasn't relevant to this conversation, huh?
Well, you said he wasn't running, and for anything except race liar.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he lied about his race.
Oh.
Yeah, race liar. Yeah, that was the office he was running for.
Can I shine light on something real quick? Okay. Yeah. When I was in college, and you'll see, I think, hopefully you'll see where this relates to this conversation. They had scholarships at Chaminade
In
University.
the dark ages.
Yep, 1902. Yep. I'm not gonna give you my date. I'm not gonna dox myself, but yeah. And so, yeah, back in the heyday at Chaminade University, Honolulu, went to college, and I applied for the FAP for SORM. If you know anything about the financial aid form, did that. Shout out to me every damn semester. Wasn't mom and daddy, but anyway, did that. And there came a point where at that university they had scholarships that they offered $500 for this, and there was so many scholarships left on the books. And I even created a scholarship that exists to this day, Samaya and Muhammad, my daughter, foundation, that $500 that you can get. If you go over there and apply for that scholarship, you have to contact me, and then I'll send in a letter, and then I'll determine whether you get that scholarship or not. That helped me get through college, some other scholarships, some Hawaiian stuff, some indigenous people stuff. I applied for that shit. Full-throated, didn't feel like I was stealing shit from anybody. If you was gonna give me that scholarship, or based on my college, high school career, college, whatever, and I'm going to apply to it and get in and get Pell Grants, if anybody knows anything about a Pell Grant. Oh yeah, get it. Hey, if you offer Pell Grants, I'm taking those, for sure. No qualms about it. So, and when I applied for that scholarship, they was either going to say you get it, or you don't. I didn't write the policy at that school on scholarships or none of that. All I know is they want this tuition money, whether it be a loan, they like that too, or your mama pay it on the credit, whatever. However you give us this money, we don't give a damn. But they had these scholarships that people offered to get back into whoever they wanted to get a scholarship to. That taught me a lot early on.
Yeah, sweet. I think we're talking about something different.
Well, let me bring it home. I know some of y'all. Let me bring it home, because I done went around the world. I know that some of y'all fell off in the middle of the ocean. I know. Let me land the plane. And so to me, be mad at a system that allows people to come over, and the system is giving money to certain people that are trying to survive when they show up. Be mad at that system. Don't be mad at the individual that applies for something, they get it, and now you're mad at them. Like they caused some freaking problem in America.
Okay, so sweet. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna be mad at both. At some level, you have to have a degree of integrity, right? You, the individual, has to have a degree of integrity. And if you are invested in equity, if you are invested in creating an equitable society, you are not going to take, right, an instrument designed to facilitate that. You're not going to take that from the people that it's trying to create equity for. I do blame the system, and in what two of my capacities, I resisted that. I fought back against that. Policies like that, practices like that, choices like that. But the individual does not get to escape their accountability.
I'm with you. Are you familiar with BIPOC?
And the other thing I would say is that Pell Grant is open to everyone. So that doesn't qualify for this. I'm talking about a scholarship that was designated for a particular demographic to which you do not belong.
We just said one.
You don't
The
belong.
one he applied for.
And you lie, and you can't hear while I'm talking. You know you do not belong, and you lie to say you belong so that you can get that benefit. That's a problem.
Are you familiar with BIPOC? When it comes to black farmers?
I'm not talking about black farmers.
No. I heard your point. I got your point.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go off on that.
Okay. All right. Well. All right. No problem. No problem. No problem. But
that's a different argument.
No problem.
Wait, can you repeat which one you applied for?
positive.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'd have to go pull it up. And I'll tell you this, if you think you're gonna come with some kind of smoke like
And you said it wasn't for you.
no, you missed me with that bullshit. You missed me with that bullshit. No, you heard, I didn't say none of that shit, so you slow your roll on that line.
And why did you bring up your situation if it is
That's what I thought you said.
I do think
That's what I
Hearing
was
your emotion.
we should
I can't talk to both of y'all. I can't talk.
low vibration.
Hold on,
I can't talk to
everybody.
both of y'all at the
Hold on,
same time.
everybody. Hold on. That's what I was trying to correct. I didn't want it to go left. I was trying. So,
But you took it left
Take a
though.
left turn.
You took it down the left turn, Blaine. That's what I'm saying. You just want to find a reason. Yeah, even when well, let me share my opinion.
No.
No, you don't care about my opinion? Okay. Oh, okay, it's a dictatorship. My bad. I forgot what room I was in. My bad, I forgot what room I was in.
Pump your brakes, buddy.
Tell me what I'm thinking.
Pump your brakes. You're not gonna say I took it down the left turn.
Well, I have my own opinion. Can't I have an opinion?
Pump your brakes.
Ah, here you go.
Yes.
In your clubhouse room. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go and you're gonna stop in the name of love.
That ain't the name of love. That's the name of dictatorship. That's a dictatorship. That ain't love.
I was responding to a particular conversation that school and I were having.
Which was,
about
I heard it.
Donnie.
I heard it.
Donnie. And you stop talking, sir, and listen.
God, Mike, you sound like a school principal. You ever been a principal in a school? Don't talk to me, young
I'm
boy.
a principal, and you would make me curse you.
That's okay. I won't be
I'm trying real hard to be respectful to you, sir, but you are demonstrating with every milliliter of spit that you're spewing right now that you don't deserve it. So stop. I was having a conversation with school about a particular situation, very particular. You made a comment that took us off of that road by mentioning points that were inconsistent and irrelevant. I tried to rein it back by bringing up the relevant points, right? So don't be talking about I turned it left when all you know is left. Okay, so get it right. Okay, everybody, I'm done.
Okay, you heard her drop the mic. So let me refresh the room of what happened. I was mentioning some stuff. School came off the mic. School came off the mic and was responding to what I said. And then he mentioned Mom Donnie, and you took it down this Mom Donnie road and tried to make it, and you forced him into this corner and said, oh, so you're saying then that if somebody applies, you made that an issue. He never was talking about that. I wasn't talking about that. You wanted to make this point and grandstand. I'm telling you, why you cutting me off? Why you cutting me off?
Shut up. Shut up. First Lady raised it. I did not. I did not raise Mom Donnie. First Lady raised it when school brought it up about, see now you cursing me. You cursing me. You non sequitur, incoherent jack fuck.
Oh, not a jack fuck, God.
First Lady brought it up with school when he raised the issue about supporting Mom Donnie. I did not. I asked school the question because school responded by saying he didn't have a problem with it and used his daughter as an example. I went to demonstrate that his daughter was not a very good example. So you don't know what you're talking about because you're too busy talking and not listening. And it's your fault that I cursed you because you cursed me first. And that will not stand. As I sit here at my dining room table, that will not stand, sir.
When you say you curse, what does that mean?
my general direction.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you curse, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, he cursed. He wielded it. He threw it through the chat.
Oh, okay. I wasn't reading the chat.
Yeah, he threw it at me through the chat.
I have a question to you, Dr. AG. So he made an earlier point, sort of, where he stated that if you go down the line of someone was like a Black American, like not a Black person from Africa, like just a Black American, there's a high chance that there's white in their what's it called, in their in your lineage. Thank you, Warder. Now, if let's use him for example.
Let's go back to the situation.
Let's use the lady, I guess, or someone, because the lady is lighter skin, right?
Let's not.
So,
Just make your point. You don't need to give me an example. Just make your point.
So,
and I'm gonna just say, school. The reason why I'm saying that is I don't like to talk about people, right? And so if you bring up people's personal, you talking about them, and I don't like to do that.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I'm intelligent enough to follow an abstraction.
Okay,
so
then use it abstractly. Okay, so this Black person decides to apply to, I don't know, Harvard, and he puts white, knowing that they accept more white people in Harvard than any other race. Would he now be lying because he is mostly Black? I know
if they're biracial, that's what I was saying to you earlier.
No, I heard that. I'm saying, what if they're not biracial? Okay, would they be okay, that's what I said. Use what Suit said when he said that if you go down the lineage, somewhere down there, there's white in almost every Black American in the U.S. Now, if you use that, and now you're in 2025, can that child now apply? Because down, let's say 5 generations, they had white. Can he use white?
No. If you are living, and I'm going to explain, if you are living actively in the world as a Black person, all of your life you have identified as a Black person, you haven't identified as a biracial person, a multiracial person, you haven't identified as other, which you have ample opportunity to do that on any document that you fill out. You have the opportunity to choose other, choose Black, choose white. On these documents, you have the opportunity to be white on the census, Black on your driver's license, colored on your birth certificate. You can have the 5 documents, and your race can be 5 different things on them, right? So, if in that time you have only lived under one identity, and then solely for financial, social, economic, social, professional benefit, you choose to be another race, I find that problematic. I find that problematic. And that's my moral assessment. I think multiracial people, they have that fluidity. And for me, this is a question of integrity.
Well, what does that say for trans people?
Well, but then, I mean, that's like a whole separate issue. Hold on. That's a separate issue. Because if a person is, I don't want to go down there. But I think, because I don't consider a trans person who identifies as male or female, whichever it is.
No, but I'm saying, like, some people...
Hold on, let me finish my sentence, though. I don't consider that the same, right? I would consider that along the category of a biracial person.
I'm talking about transracial. That's what I mean.
Oh, I don't believe in that. Somebody else can take up that question. I don't believe in that. So, school, you did you get my point?
No, I get your point that what you've been identifying as, you should identify as your entire life.
and then don't switch up when you think it's gonna benefit you. I get your point. Uh, I I just feel like that race is so superficial to me that if you want to switch up at any time, do it. If it gives you that advantage, gives you the leg up, do it. If you think it'll get you closer to that interview, go white if you think so, and then show them that, oh man, I mistakenly clicked white, and then if they say, oh man, you do meet this, you do meet the requirement, but you lied that you're white, that shows that they were looking for only white people, right? Look, if it gets you a leg up to where you need to get to, do it, because that's the system they've created that we had to take advantage of. And I haven't done it yet because I don't know, I've never thought about doing it, but I'm starting to realize that this shit is too superficial for me to give a shit about. That I'm not going to tie myself to a race because someone's telling me, oh my God, you have to be this race. Maybe the next time I apply for a job that I want, I'll put white on it. I don't give a rat's ass. And what are they gonna say? I can't put white? Who are you to tell me I can't put white? Please tell me who are you to tell me I can't put white. You ask what race I am. I'm gonna put white.
So you're transracial.
For a genetic test for me.
Yeah, so and depending on the
Yes, but the discrimination.
that could be a crime.
Why in the country?
Yes, and also when it comes to jobs and stuff like that, usually people are discriminating based on the name. So you can come and say, "Hey, I'm white," but if your name is Jerome Jackson, it don't matter. They're still likely that they're not going to hire you because they think that you come with your own racial kind of baggage to say. And the other thing too, the only people that really have benefited from very true, but is he a Jerome St. Chicken? Anyways, so what I want to go back to is to say, you know what I'm saying? People like Native Americans, claiming Native Americans was a small percentage are the people that actually have that benefit, right? They can claim like I think it's like 25%, sometimes 20% of a Native American heritage, and then there's like a
I think it's like 3 point something percent, bro. I think it's like 3%. It's small.
So I believe you, but the thing I also want to say is this is also kind of like a concept that is in CRT, right? Where white people determine like races and shit, and they have a lot of control and manipulate who really benefits from it. Like if you're a biracial child, most likely you're not really considered biracial. You're black, right? Or you're the other, right? It's very unusual to say, hey, I'm biracial, white and black, but guess what? We're gonna take you as white. No, most likely society is gonna label you as other than white, which is everything else outside, and that comes with all that other baggage. So again, it's how it's structured in society, and it's on CRT, that kind of framework. If you're not pure white.
How does this have anything to do with CRT again? What? Because I'm confused. That confused.
Hello.
Why you said CRT? What does CRT have to
Okay.
do with this?
One of the tenets of CRT talks about how like who is white and who is not white, right? And there's some readings that state that okay, the world will, if you're like biracial or mixed or whatever, the world will see you as something other than white. It's a white purity kind of like perspective. If you're not pure white, then you're not white at all. And because of that, they kind of treat you differently. Like for example, somebody that might like be a quarter black, right? If they find out that you're quarter black, depending on where you are, they'll be like, oh, well, you're black. And then it's like, I'm 75% white. I've lived my life as white, but somebody will identify and say, oh, but you're, 25% nigger. So you're all nigger as far as I'm concerned. Get the hell out of my life.
nigger. Like, that's where all that shit comes from. So,
Who is this talking?
I'll see if I can find something, and I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in my chat, Brooklyn Zoo. I'll talk to my later.
Of course it's you that's gonna say some shit like that. What the fuck just happened, y'all?
Have you read any of the tenets of CRT? Have you read any of the tenets of CRT?
Can you quote what you're referencing?
Like I said, like I said before I finish, I will find it and I will post it in there that talks about this like white purity thing. Okay?
Yeah, I'm so happy I wasn't the only
read Derek Bell's at the bottom of the well. Oh my, has anybody read Derek Bell's Bottom of the Well? Has anybody looked into CRT in like education? Hidalgo.
Yes, I've read Derek Bell's.
Fuck it, I'll find it and I'll post it.
I'm sorry, I've read Derek Bell's Faces at the Bottom of the Well. It's called. Yeah. I'm sorry, I was writing in the chat. What are you? How did? I'm sorry. Once again, I was distracted. So how did we get on CRT from our previous conversation? Can I get the bridge?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I was saying that percentage American can claim a certain percentage that is very minuscule that can give them benefits, right? 75% white, 25% American.
I'm sorry. The Matrix is breaking. Hey, the Matrix is breaking you up.
Leverage that.
The Matrix is breaking you up. Can you go out and come back? The Matrix is breaking you up. So you sound garbly. When he comes back. Okay, great. Go ahead. Try again.
Cool. So basically, I was saying that if you have looked into the tenets of CRT, right, and I've looked at it from the origin, Derek Bell's Face at the Bottom of the Well. I've looked at it on the education side with like Hidalgo. Like there's some writings in between there that talks about how white people determine race, right? And there's a purity test thing that comes in, where it's like if you're not all white, then you're not white at all, and because of that, you're considered other. And in that kind of framework, then they kind of treat you in a different kind of like world, right? Pretty much. And I said the only really benefit of claiming like a small racial minority heritage exists in Native American culture, right? Where you can claim 25% or less, sometimes up to 3%, as low as 3%, to actually have a benefit, right? So again, that's a manipulation and a reflection of that. Who controls race and the benefits that come with race in this American society? That's what I was talking about.
Well, what is the benefit of checking the white box? Do you understand my question?
But I guess when
Are you there? Yeah. What is the benefit of checking the white box?
I'm still there. There could be a lot, but the thing that comes to mind is, let's say you're doing a scholarship, right? And there's like, oh, we want somebody that has a Neanderthal background, right? Oh, it's like, hey, I'm like a quarter white, but my dad was black and my mom was half white and half black, so that makes me 25%. I might have some 25% Neanderthal.
Well, let me. I just need to fact check something. So, Dr. AG, are they still allowed to consider race on admissions at universities?
According to what is it? The Students for Fair Action? No.
Okay.
They're not.
I'm talking about scholarship. I'm talking about scholarship.
Are they able to do that for scholarship? It doesn't happen for.
So the question about scholarships, it's very iffy, because now there is, and probably will be, a lawsuit
around universities having endowed scholarships, which is money that has been donated by someone for a specific purpose, and the universities accepting those monies and allocating them as the donor prescribes, which can be racially marked. So there's a debate about that. When it comes to private entities that allot scholarships, so say like the Gates Foundation, they allot scholarships, and then you can carry those scholarships to any university you want. Those things, scholarships like that, can consider race. But universities, particularly universities that receive federal funding, which is almost all of them, that's not legal.
And Dr. A.G., one more question. Are you aware of any scholarships where if you check the box for white, you get it?
I mean, do you mean like? Yeah, I mean, yeah, because some of the scholarships are open to people like regardless of race.
Well, no, but do you get it because you're white?
I'm not saying.
I mean, my answer to that would have to be no, because I would have to then know what's inside of the minds of the people who are evaluating the scholarship. So I would have to say no. Solely on the basis of you being white doesn't guarantee that you get it. If that's what you're asking.
That is what I'm asking. So Dan, do you accept that response, or you think there's some benefit for talking about white?
No. I am so glad. I'm so glad you brought that up, because it's in the zeitgeist. It's in the mentality of people, right? That if they say, "Oh, well, you're only like one of your parents is half of this," well, then technically they're really not that. You know, we want somebody who's like, you know, fully white, right? Right? That's a bias. Then I'm gonna exclude you from that. When in fact they do and they should be able to claim that ancestry. It's a bias. It's a bias that exists. For example, there's other things. It's on a systemic level, but when people see biracial people, again, they don't see them as white, right? They just don't. They don't see. And if they make a comment that is white, it's totally brushed off. But if they make a comment that's toward that non-white thing, oh, they'll be like, "Oh, well, that's because you're that other person." And it was like, what the fuck are you talking about? The dude's half of his side of his family was white, and he or she grew up.
So your theory, and I'm not saying this to criticize. I just want to understand it. So your theory is that, like, if someone's half white, they should be able to put on the scholarship box that they're white. Is that what you're saying?
They could do that. They could claim ancestry. I would say, like, my own personal thing, probably up to like 25%, 15%, and they should be able to like claim it and get the scholarship.
Is there anything that, just so I understand, I don't know the answer, is there anything that stops them from doing that now?
Well, I think the reason why they're not doing it is because society kind of tells them, if you're not white purely, then don't do things that could be considered white. That's really what it is. Yeah, personally, I think that's ridiculous. I think we are very blended in a lot of ways, but to exclude somebody because of your own mental kind of like shackles, to be like, "Hey, well, I'm 25%.
So your whole final
scholarship money. So maybe I should apply for it."
So your whole final conclusion is more people who are half black, half white should mark themselves as white. That's the end theory.
I'm not living in a binary world. I'm not living in.
You want them to put both? You want them to put other? Well, if they only have one.
No.
If they only have one choice, what do you want them to do?
They have a choice, and they should feel comfortable
You wanted to be multiple boxes. You're pushing for them to allow multiple boxes. Is that what you're pushing for?
So you're saying if there's three boxes, they can check all three, as opposed to
Yes. Is that what? I'm asking if that's what you're pushing for.
That is I haven't thought that far into it.
Well, what is your remedy then? What is your remedy?
So it's a criticism. It's a criticism, meaning this is an issue, this is a problem. There's some areas that you can claim stuff, and there's some areas that you can't claim stuff. I'm thinking that there should be some consistency, and my criticism is that there's an imbalance there. That's what I'm saying. Now, how does that fully break down moving forward? That's of discussion, that's of argument, that's of debate.
Okay, so you have a criticism without a remedy. Okay, I got it.
Thank you for bringing that out. Perfect. Yes, that's it. Just up for discussion. Just think about it.
You guys quiet on mine in the matrix.
No, I got quiet.
Our minds are in the matrix.
Dr. Eugene, say something smart now.
My brain is in the matrix.
That's a fact, for real. I had to come back to the phone for that one.
I just wanna blame school on everything that just happened just now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna blame school on that.
You know, now
Because he wanted to bring up Madami, whatever his name is, and from Madami we got to here. We down the hole.
You know, school has definitely caused me to get into some serious arguments over the years. You know, specifically last year, he brought up a conversation.
Wait, I didn't bring that up. Don't bring
The hell if you didn't, you did it.
You know what it is, so you must have.
He didn't. He brought up Marketplace selling cabinets. Somebody was selling cabinets on Marketplace, Facebook. And he said he clicked on a person's page and it had a Confederate flag in it. So everybody was like, don't, you know, some people was like, don't go. Some people was like, yeah, go for it, go for it. Of course, me, I was like, no, they're going to kill you, you know, don't go there, whatever. And the rest is history. That's all I'm going to say. So school has the ability to do that.
Well, I'm glad he's still alive.
Mm-hmm. He went. He did go. But yeah, school, you gotta be real careful with school, because he'll get you caught up, honey.
Look, hey, that guy gave me some good ass deal on the cabinet, and he shoot me, so.
Yeah, hey, I've been listening for a while, and you know, let me just say this. Harvard University was established in the 1600s, the early 1600s. So for several hundred years, it did not even accept Black Americans. The first Black American to finish Harvard with a PhD was W.E.B. Du Bois, and I'm not looking at any computer or anything or any record, but if I remember correctly, I think it was in the 1920s. And so for all that time, think about it, for all that time, from the 1600s till about the early 1900s, no Black American was accepted or definitely not accepted into their graduate programs. So it was white only. And then with other universities, uh, they only began to accept black Americans after the civil rights movement. Some were established in the 1800s, so some of them are not as old as Harvard or William and Mary or Yale. But they began to accept black people in the after the civil rights movement, some of them. So for all that time they were established, it was white only. And so for any white person to uh, to complain about a university considering race is disingenuous. It's not a fair person you're dealing with, even if that body politic is the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Anybody will look at that situation and would just say that is blatantly uh, unfair. Now, recently, with this big, beautiful bill that the Trump administration has passed, when you look at higher education, what they're doing is they are limiting loan amounts to, I think, 100 and about $20,000 or $100,000 for graduate degrees, and about 150,000 for professional degrees. Now, while that may sound like a lot, it's really not. We consider some of the price and tuition and books and fees of these universities. And so unless universities come up with an alternate plan, unless private donors come up with a plan, which includes some of these churches also who help with scholarships, poor people may be stuck at the bachelor's level or maybe at the master's level, given the price of attending some of these universities. Thank you.
So, one of the ways to get around that is in the essay, you can talk about your experience as a person of color, and so you get in that way.
Wait, what? I must call in the civil engineers because I need some bridges. What essay?
No, on the college admission essay, like when you're doing am I incorrect? Are there no longer any essays?
From me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
21 Bridges, a wonderful movie. Oh yeah. So, yes, CEO, that is the thing. Yes. That is a way.
And I think that given Gen Z's 50% people of color, I mean, your hand is a bit forced if you're the universities.
Yeah, let me see, let me scroll down. Yeah, that's a conversation to be had. And so just a couple of weeks ago, there were 3 universities, University of North Carolina, Charlotte University, I want to say University of North Carolina, Greensboro, and another university where they were exposed for, they had some person go with a secret microphone and recorded, I think this person worked in student affairs maybe, and one other person worked in the academic affairs over scholarships or something like that. I'm going to look up the article and then I'll post it in the chat. But the person recorded them talking about the ways that they were skirting the DEI restrictions, like how they were reading applications, how they were administrating certain things to get around the restrictions on making race-based decisions. So things like you're suggesting, CEO, are very contentious. I'll put the article. I'll see if I can find the article.
And here's some universities you can get education for less than $100,000. University of Wyoming, University of Southern Florida, Oklahoma State University, Cal State, Alcorn State, Wayne State, South Texas College, University of North Dakota, LSU, University of Central Oklahoma, University of Wyoming, UNC Chapel Hill. Here's some private universities that offer financial aid.
Yeah, Matt reminded me USF was the third one, but I'm gonna find the article.
Yeah, based on
Did Matt just get thrown down? What happened?
I got put on mute like usual. I'll make it.
Oh, you got muted? Oh.
Yeah, I get the facts. I never get facts in the way of the debate. They'll be.
I was just gonna say, Matt, you're really recommending black people go to University of Wyoming or North Dakota, though?
Oh, certainly. But it is LSU, Cal State, University of Florida, UNC Chapel Hill.
Wait. You University of Florida, not for out of state. You're talking about in-state only.
Yeah.
It's
all in-state stuff.
Okay.
So, and then you go down to private schools that offer university funded aid. Rice University here in the great city of Houston, Texas. Caltech, Princeton, Dartmouth, Williams College, Columbia. So there's a lot of alternatives for that $100,000 grant, or loan. There's a lot of great alternatives. I don't even say alternatives, like great options if you want to get an education for less than $100,000.
You don't think that what university you go to is gonna make a difference in the future being
Well, he named some good schools, though. He named some pretty good schools.
never heard of any of them.
You never heard of University of Florida?
Rice,
Florida? Oh, yeah.
Indiana University,
But still, I'm asking.
LSU.
Alcorn State, Cal State, Oklahoma State. Pretty big universities.
I put the article in the chat. Hopefully it's not a paywall.
Matt, what do you think of Elon Musk launching? He's going forward with the American Party.
I think it's fantastic. I think more parties. It's always been my opinion that if you find a multi-billionaire like Elon Musk or Mark Cuban, I wouldn't be surprised to see how Cuban. This will be interesting because I know Cuban he really wanted into the Harris. He was going to be the SBA, the SBA in the Harris administration. And Cuban now being out of basketball, and I think he's itching to be in politics. And can you imagine Mark Cuban and Elon Musk teaming up to head a third party? That is game changing and exciting.
You come up with the craziest shit.
Why is it so crazy? Has Elon Musk talked about third party? Yes. Has Mark Cuban shown interest in politics? Yes. Mark Cuban wasn't.
Cuban doesn't fuck with Musk though.
When it comes to their hatred of Donald Trump, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it above Cuban collaborating either, and as well as Andrew Yang. So that's definitely on the table.
And what's his name out of what's the guy's name that was going to be the Ohio? He's running for Ohio governor. What's his name? Vivek. Imagine this.
No, he's not. He's running for Republican governor of Ohio, so he ain't doing that.
Right.
He ain't doing that.
Elon Musk is never going to do anything against Trump. He can run his mouth, and he found out real quick that he's not the president of the United States, as people say, because the person with the actual title alluded to his contracts and whether it would be the thing for him to stay in America or not. So he got his chain yanked real quick.
April, he announced he's launching the party today, though. It's happening.
Oh, I don't care what he says. I have to see it to believe it, CEO, because I don't consider him to be a person who has staying power with the things that he does. And I know you guys don't believe that, but, I think he is confused about the things that he does.
Well, Donald Trump cannot, deport him because they don't like each other. And Donald Trump can't.
Sure.
Donald Trump can't deny
All kinds of people are being deported. All kinds of people are being deported who shouldn't be.
Well, Elon Musk would not be deported. There's no reason.
Okay. Okay.
He could own probably West Virginia if he wanted to.
Father would want to own West Virginia. Real? What?
Did he release a platform or just?
Yeah, so there's this guy, I actually used to work with, Mario Nawfal, and he said what Musk is doing, he's very tight with Musk, he said what Musk is doing is he's going to only focus on about 8 House races in 2026 and 4 Senate seats, because what we're trying to do is to be the power broker. So when the two parties are just voting along party lines, they can disrupt it and decide basically which way the vote goes.
Yeah, so he's trying to get like a swing state type of thing. But
correct.
Okay, that's nice.
Swing vote for Congress, yes.
But he's all about it.
Oh shit, I can't hit my button. Who do you think is going
That's
to
what I said last night.
go under K-Matt? I'm ignoring you today. Let you live. Who exactly is going to go under the banner of Elon Musk's party, political party? Is it going to be any MAGAs? Probably not. Is it going to be anybody on the left? Probably not. Is it going to be regular Republicans or Democrats? Probably not.
I can name some people. So Thomas Massey may, because Trump is threatening to primary him, right? So that's certainly one person. And there are other people.
I'm talking about voting bloc CEO.
You know what, the voting bloc? Yeah, it's going to be candidate by candidate. So he's not. The difference with the approach he's taking, he's not trying to be the Green Party and basically be like, we're going to replace one of the other two parties, right? That's not what he's trying to do. He's picking very specific races. So if you're asking me, are there 8 races that an American Party candidate can win in the House in 2026 if each of them have $15 million? The answer is yes.
Time will tell, I suppose.
Hello? I just want to know, does somebody mute me?
No, I'm out of here. They muted earlier, but
He said somebody muted him earlier, yeah.
I got my feelings hurt. Got over.
Well, I feel like the person who muted Matt is the same person that threw China to the uncle.
hear the stupid shit that comes out of his mouth, so I can yell at him.
You are one. All right. So what's going on? Where are we going with the subject? What's happening?
I don't know. I'm here eating my ice cream.
I'd like to hear from the CEO.
I'm in the orange with the vanilla inside.
An orange with vanilla inside?
No, the ice cream that has orange. Like, what is it, sherbet? Is it sherbet? I don't even know.
I don't like sherbet. I mean, I would eat it because my parents wouldn't let me have ice cream. So if sherbet was on the menu, then I had to get the sherbet. I didn't like it. I love sherbet.
I would like.
It tastes good.
I'd like to hear from CEO. What about the tax cuts part of the big beautiful bill he doesn't like?
So the only thing I was really good with was renewing the 2017 taxes. I'm not and actually I think they should have increased corporate taxes. I don't think I think they should have had corporate taxes go up actually. So that's where I am on it.
I did.
I agree with you. They could have at least, like, if you want to reduce it, not go they didn't have to go back to the original, they at least could have went to 28%. There's a lot of economists that say they could have went to 28%, still stay competitive. So, when it comes to taxes, like, they went all the way to 21. But yeah,
So, the next question is what happens what happens when you start, if you have a company, which you generally.
I'm robbing your ass, Matt, when I ain't got no food in my refrigerator. That's what happens next. Go ahead, Matt.
So, what?
I don't get food stamps, but if I did, I promise you could be free.
What? So, sucking money out of a corporation, what, and give it to the government for them to go spend? What? Do you think that does good for the economy?
No. It's to reduce the amount of the deficit. So it's not to spend it elsewhere. It's to reduce the amount of deficit. It's to reduce the amount of the deficit, not to spend it elsewhere. Just reduce the amount of the deficit.
But then I'll go back to where I think we fundamentally disagree. That's where we should just cut expenses and not. I'd rather cut expenses than.
But you only have so many expenses you can cut.
CEO, he doesn't understand.
This is where we go. This is where we just go around and
Matt, you actually do agree that the deficit needs to be brought down, okay? That's it. CEO, you do agree. You just don't understand.
And this bill isn't bringing it.
Right.
Yeah, so Matt, here's the thing. By the time we get to 2033 with this bill, all there's going to be money for is defense, entitlements, and the debt interest, right? So there ain't going to be any more cuts you can even do anywhere else. So cutting expenses by itself is not a solution. Like, you have to increase revenue. And you can either do that smartly now, or you can do it very drastically later. So all you're setting up for, Matt, is in like 8 years, 6 years, 10 years, whatever it is, we're gonna jack everybody's taxes up significantly.
Well, yeah, I think what they're gonna do in 10 years from now, they should be doing today.
You just said you weren't on board with increasing taxes.
Oh, excuse me. I'm saying we should just, our budget should consist of entitlements, defense, and interest. And very minimal other shit. That would get us at $5 trillion in expenses. And our economy grows on average 3% every year. And if you let people keep more of their money, they'll put it more in the economy, and the economy will grow faster.
You're in favor of kids doing well, Matt? Is that something that's important to you? Yeah, kids.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, what are your thoughts on kids not having access to meals and free Head Start and other things that help them do well?
Show me where the federal government's completely cutting that out, show me where the states are not picking that
Well,
up.
the SNAP, didn't the SNAP benefits get cut?
Get cut.
Or am I imagining that?
Yeah, it's for the work requirements. I think the state should pick up the.
I don't think you understand how those work requirements are going to affect how the SNAP benefits are going to get cut.
Because they're making Medicaid, Medicare, or Medicaid, excuse me, and SNAP are with work requirements. You have to work part-time, 20 hours a week.
Patty said it was 80 hours a week.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Now,
80
I would
hours.
love to see something. I'd love to read a link.
Not 80 hours
But
a
it's
week.
20 hours a week. It's part-time.
Yeah, but he's saying, yeah.
What are you talking about, Matt? Just, everything is a FAFO for you. I get it.
And I know you guys keep speaking on the SNAP and the Medicaid, but are you also speaking on HUD, Matt?
I think we should shut down the HUD department.
Well, that's also in the bill. So basically, no health care, no food, and no roof over their head?
I think we should shut down every department except the Defense Department. Health and Human Services probably is the other department I'd keep. A Department of Treasury, so you can collect taxes. All of the departments I'd shut down completely.
And this is why I didn't come into the room till 1 o'clock today.
He's a fucking idiot.
Because this is the type of savage
Well,
shit we got here.
So Matt, what do you think would be the impact on American society if you did that?
I think you'll see a lot more of the local communities, state.
I hope they come and rob your house.
Support. I think you'll see state governments, local communities, local churches and nonprofits really step up and help people out. Instead of people looking at the federal government, instead of people looking at the federal government, they'll look at the local communities, friends, family, state, local governments, and nonprofits. I think we can take care of each other. I don't think we have to have the federal government to do it for us.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, that's probably like a 15-year project, being optimistic about it. So what do you want to have happen in that 15 years? Just complete anarchy?
No, just, you don't need this. Shut down the Department of Commerce, education. What do we need those? We don't need them. We didn't have the Department of Education before 1980. I mean, we don't need it. We got the DOJ to enforce any discrimination laws and state law enforcement as well. So, my point is, you should.
So which ones get to stay open?
Department of Justice, Treasury, collect the taxes, and Treasury, DOJ, Defense, and Health and Human Services. All the others, shut them down.
Y'all keep talking, he gonna add more, cause at first it was just health.
Those are the ones that you keep open.
So,
He wants to go back to Jim Crow, so I understand why.
No, that has nothing to do with race. Just, I don't think everybody needs to be involved in that in local.
Okay, so Matt, I just quickly begin running a model under this scenario. So here's some of the things that would happen. Transportation collapses, FAA, air traffic control, highway funding, rail safety, and port infrastructure all go unfunded and unmanaged.
No,
so that's just the first item of many. So where are you on that?
Leave all state governments.
So leave air traffic? Wait. Air traffic, state government?
So wait, I have a request. Matt, be quiet. I have a request to everyone. Let's not use the word stupid, and let's just play out the entire experiment and just see what happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not going to use stupid.
Adjust. Yeah. Let's just adjust it. Let's just see where the experiment goes. Let's just see where it goes. Let's see where the experiment goes.
So CEO, can you explain to me how we're going to leave air traffic?
Oh no, it's a terrible idea. It's a terrible.
So
It's
when
a
I
terrible.
get on
Of
a
course,
plane,
no, I can't. It's
and
not a good idea.
And I fly to Australia.
So you
Yeah, Matt, you know the issue. Yeah, there's an international travel
Yo,
issue
CEO,
there.
you laugh. There's so many people that believe and think how he thinks.
I know. That's why I want to hear it. I want to hear it all. That's why I want to hear it all. I want to hear how far it goes.
CEO and I can't have a dialogue because everybody's calling me dumbass and stupid. So therefore,
Don't forget that piece of shit.
I'm a piece of shit because I'm a piece of shit. Done. And nobody knows. CEO is the only person that knows me on a general personal slash professional. Nobody else knows me.
No, but I don't even know how they're gonna meet somebody that speaks like you. You must be paying
All right,
them to meet you.
so you're gonna hold on. So you're gonna privatize the FAA. That was your solution to privatize it.
Yep. Get the airlines to pay for it. Yep. In life.
Okay. And then when you privatize the FAA, what happens in terms of when they jack up prices?
So CEO, can you ask him who the airlines are gonna pay it to?
Private company.
And then so the airports have no regulations either then. So there's no TSA, like an airport could decide not to have TSA?
State local governments take care of that.
So how is Mississippi gonna monitor their 4 airports when they can't even?
Yeah, that is a good point, Matt. So Mississippi already is struggling financially. You want to shift a lot of expenses onto them. How will they cover all these expenses?
For state and local taxes.
So the increase so you're in favor of them increasing their state and local taxes?
And usage taxes too, yes.
Okay, so you want state and local taxes to go up significantly in many states.
Mississippi's going to do what they have to do. Now, I do agree. Here's the big problem. And I recognize this. There are some states like Mississippi that don't have the money like the state of Texas does. So there's got to be some way.
Y'all gotta lose money too. Get rid of these guys.
So there's a way. There's got to be. So there would have to be a way where the richer states can help with the poor states. But not so
California has like a surplus, right? They should
very minimal level. At a very minimal level, though. I'm not talking about subsidizing them. I'm talking about minimal level help some of these poor states. Yeah.
So you want California to send some of her tax revenue to
It happens all the time. It happens today.
Okay.
So CEO, if I fly from California, so let's say I fly from Florida. If I fly from Florida to Louisiana, my plane stops in Mississippi. So that means Mississippi is then gonna add their use fee onto my ticket. Use fee $300 domestic, $575 international. So now my ticket that with federal regulation would have been $360 is now $660.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, all right. So that's the FAA. Let's move to energy. Hold on, Matt. We're gonna move to energy.
Why would airline tickets increase?
Because I have to pay the use fee for the airport. You just said.
So
that's how Mississippi's gonna.
Matt. Any layover is gonna end up having additional fees to it, and then on top of that, if you're the airlines and the airports now, you can just raise your prices because you want to, right? And there's no one stopping you.
People can fly.
There's people who are going to have to fly.
Price for people will stop.
Sure, of course there is, but you don't want them to go all the way up to the threshold, right?
The federal government dictated the pricing, correct?
Yes, because commerce. You need commerce.
I'm saying it's a force that impacts their pricing naturally. All right, let's go to energy.
No. Airlines are Southwest Airlines, for example, lost a pile of money last year. They still will lose a pile of money this year. Okay, so my point is, these airlines are printing money. So dictating what these airlines. So there's other airlines that are making good money. My point is, government intervention on pricing.
Okay, so let's just move to energy real quick. All right, so talk me through oversight on nuclear facilities, nuclear infrastructure, energy policy, and grid security. How does that get worked out?
Department of Defense.
Oh, you want to move that to defense?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want the Department of Energy to just move into the Department of Defense. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now.
States take a lot of those.
Okay. Now.
They're still spending. That's more money
Yeah.
than these towards defense.
Yeah. So that didn't really save you anything. Okay. So let's move to agriculture. So what about food safety inspections, farm subsidies, and rural development?
States.
Okay. So California has to send more money to Mississippi.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to very minimal dollars that will be shared with the states. Be very minimal dollars.
Okay.
I can't imagine much. We're talking tens of millions of dollars. I mean, I can't imagine a lot of money shared.
I want to give you a big one and give you an opportunity to change your answer. Are you sure you want the State Department to close?
I mean,
like, you don't want us to have any diplomats.
You're gonna have the Secretary of State. You're gonna have the.
Do you want diplomats?
You can have that underneath the executive branch.
Okay, so we're putting the Department of State. Okay.
It is under the executive branch.
Well,
so he's saying, I guess, under the White House. So it's part of a White House budget now. Is okay. All right. All right. So we got. All right. So for anyone keeping track. All right, so, okay.
Keep talking. He gonna add.
By closing that.
Okay.
See, you keep cutting them off when we get expenses.
All right. So we. I just want to recap. I just want to do a minute. We're halfway through, so I just want to do a mini recap. So we have Department of Energy in the Defense Department, and we have a Department of State under the White House. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got here. All right. So what about special education and disadvantaged students?
State.
Do commerce next.
State, local.
Everything's state.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So let's go to commerce. So Census Bureau. Trade policy. Where do you want Where do you want that to go?
Just the Bureau of States taking up their own people. There could be some minimal oversight amongst the executive branch.
Okay.
When it comes, what was your other question?
Trade policy.
That's our just general.
So trade, like interstate trade, etc.
It's more states to work it out.
International trade too. Everything gonna negotiate.
Oh yeah, let's move. Let's move to internet. Yeah, let's move to international trade though. How do we handle international trade?
Ways being done right now. What should be done right now is via the legislature.
This nigga sound like Trump, yeah.
No. This is further than Trump. No. This is further than Trump.
You said worser?
Libertarian.
Worser.
Worser.ag.
This is perfect way of libertarianism. Donald Trump is so far fucking removed from this.
Man is way worse than Trump. He's a libertarian to the Republican who can't admit being a Republican.
All right. So what about telecommunications, Matt? That's also under commerce.
State, county, local, school, district.
Take
your pick.
All right, some more states. Okay, got it. All right, what about
Wait,
patents?
CEO, don't let him skip that fast.
Okay, go ahead.
Communications goes cross state. So
Yes,
if I
it does.
call Texas, right, like, is Texas gonna charge me as well as the state I live in? Like, how that?
He doesn't know. That's the problem.
How's what gonna work?
He doesn't understand that if you give telecommunications solely to the states, each state will enact its own policies, thus bringing the cost of just your telecommunication devices and the usage of.
I think that could go down, but
There's no will for Jesus to take in this. There's none. There's none.
No wheel.
Okay, what about, here's something easy, patents and trademarks. How do we handle those?
Executive branch.
Okay. All right, so now we're moving commerce to the executive branch as well. Okay. All right, got it. So
Agriculture.
I think I've lost track. Okay, so we've got energy and defense, commerce, and what was the other one? We have something else under the White House too now.
So energy is with defense.
Yes.
Commerce and
It's under the White House. What was the other one? Yeah.
under the White House. Oh, transportation.
Transportation's under the White House. Yeah. Yes, transportation's under the White
And
House.
energy.
Okay.
And energy.
Okay, and energy. Yeah. So Matt, it sounds like what you want to do is to actually just shuffle everything. So it doesn't even seem like you're really eliminating anything. It just seems like you're shuffling it around.
That's a great point. By closing down these departments, I can promise you the budget will be cut by 80%.
You can't promise that.
No, it would.
No,
You
we're
don't,
not.
you don't need these departments to oversee telecommunications and the
The state of Mississippi ain't gonna have shit. The state of Mississippi ain't gonna have shit without the federal government.
We have a spending
Oh my
problem.
God, this is so
We
annoying.
have a spending problem. We don't have a revenue
You
problem.
have an intelligence
That's the
problem.
problem.
You have an intelligence
I'm gonna
problem.
play that tape from 3 months ago. We have a spending problem, not a revenue problem.
I've always said that.
Yeah, you said it like 762 times.
Yeah, we have a spending problem, not a revenue problem.
763.
I think this country can run on a $5 trillion budget.
What?
I think this country can run under a $5 trillion budget.
Man, you don't even know the breakdown of those numbers. You don't even know how much agency would get.
Matt, I wanna see your spreadsheet. Matt, you are not allowed to talk in this room anymore until you produce your Excel spreadsheet where you break down this $5 trillion budget. I want the numbers. I want to know the divisions, who's getting what they're responsible for, how this money's going to be spent. Because I'm tired of you just talking. I want to see you work this situation out. Do your homework. I want the assignment uploaded to the house chat so we can all see it. Cause you's on some bullshit, and I'm calling foul.
Wants everything in the state, which any person, a thinking person, would know. There's states that have more and states that have less. And so if you don't want the federal government having all this stuff, but you want the states in charge, how do you propose the money gets equally distributed to each state? Now you're getting into socialism. Come on with it. Mississippi at the bottom of the pile of the 50 states. California is probably at the top. Now how do we reconcile this?
He literally advocated for a socialist policy. Literally advocated for socialism.
By defunding the federal government by $2 trillion and letting the states and local governments take it up. How's that socialism?
So you're taking tax dollars from the federal government
No,
and
here's the
distributing it
catch.
to the states?
Here's the
Huh?
key. No,
What?
here's the key. Here's the key. The key is your federal income taxes will be cut in half.
They will never
Guess
go
what?
You're doing some kind of math that I don't even know.
And then guess what will happen?
This is some fucking
Guess what will happen?
suction room math.
That's Texas math.
You hide your
All
fake,
the money that you'll be able to save from federal income
something
tax.
going on. The blood pressure drop. There's no blood to the brain here going on. I think we should send a wellness check over for you, but I don't know if the state of Texas can.
Well, April, you have heard of LLM This is MMM, Matt's Magic Math.
It's called,
What it is.
Google Milton Freeman on YouTube.
I want to see the algorithm.
I got nothing else, Dr. A.G. I got nothing else. Where's CEO go?
CEO, see how CEO started this and then in the
Let him talk. Let him talk. I want to hear how he's thinking. And then he ran
You know why? You know why? Because his brain exploded. That's why. He is picking up the fragments of his cranium as we speak. Because his brain has exploded. He's searching for his cerebellum right now because he's trying to put it all back together.
Cerebellum.
We gotta give him a minute. Just give him some time.
It's funny that he mentioned Milton Freeman, because Milton Freeman, yeah. I was just saying Milton Freeman was not a fan of tariffs.
CEO gonna help him with his homework to get that spreadsheet.
But see, you got to Google him. See, Matt would have to go Google and read the top line, the byline, the headline. He don't ever go no further into nothing. He not. Listen, we need to Google this, and we need no. I'm not gonna call nobody a bitch today. Let me go on mute. I might call people a bitch once I get on the road here in a little bit. I'm not gonna do it in here. He wonders why he gets the reaction he gets, because he's not rooted in reality. These thoughts are half-baked. I mean, I don't understand how you think that a country as large as ours can be run state by state. Like everything goes back to the states, with probably a King Trump at the top of the... Just waiting on him to say North Korea does it. I'm just waiting on him to say some dumb shit like...
Y'all sleep? What's going on? Y'all done ran all the damn people off. They ran themselves off. I can't leave y'all alone for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes.
They ran themselves off. First, nope. CEO left us, then Matt.
Nope, I'm blaming you.
I got a question, First Lady, and this just brought it to mind for me. I'm scrolling through breaking news. Did anybody else see this man, where subway riders had to, like, grab this woman away from him, and he still came after the woman, was chasing her? And
That was trying to kidnap her? Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the craziest thing.
Yeah, that was in New York.
What is wrong with this man?
Mm-hmm.
And he was in a white, I mean, he was very distinct in how big he was and what he was wearing. I mean, it wasn't like he was trying to blend, you know what I'm saying, blend in or hide anything or his face or anything. I'm just like shocked at
It was broad daylight.
Yeah, he was so determined to get this girl. What in the hell? What happened? Do we know if anything happened to him? Was his ass arrested?
Them people fucked him up at the subway stop.
They fucked him up. You didn't see how they
did. I know they did. They should. That's how it should go. But he was so determined to get her. What the hell? I don't know if there was a relationship between them or any type of...
No, because the guys asked her, do you know him? Do you know him? Before they attacked him.
That's crazy. Can you imagine? Lord.
That's East New York for you.
Trump's saying that a dozen countries will get tariff letters on Monday. I guess he gonna.
What happened? You got your brain back, CEO?
Oh no, I'm at Pep Boys, and they're supposed to change my tire, and my tire's flat, so they messed up, so I had to deal with that.
Matt's brain is flat too, so we can't change that.
Oh, he left? Dang.
I apologize. I told them that your brain exploded and you were under your cerebellum trying to put it back together. Cause
Yo, it sounded like CEO was having fun. Like, you know how you tease a kid in class? Because he was like laughing at him at the same time asking him these questions.
Yeah, I mean, I ran
CEO is an agent of chaos at times.
It would cost, I ran the number, it would cost $300 billion to do this massive change he wanted. And then you'd only save $45 billion a year, so I guess it would pay for it over 7 years, but it's really chaos. But it's really chaos.
You speaking to a Trump voter. Now, I don't know why that was surprising. But I thank you for exposing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun to see where these things would actually go.
He was playing Mean Boy. CEO was being a Mean Boy to me.
He left after you left because you're like his AA sponsor. Like he can't stay in here and talk to us without you.
Oh shoot.
Oh, sorry, Patty, I was still doing the thing. Yeah, no, I was having fun, Patty, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. You're very mischievous.
Who, me?
You seen how he was doing that lady? He was like, oh, okay, so this is what you're gonna do? Oh, okay. It's like, it was like everybody laughing on the inside. He's so stupid. The CEO is just pulling all the stupid out. Okay, let's go on to the next subject so we can expose the more.
That's not see.
What Dr. H says, the worst.
It was like watching the pimple popper.
Oof. I don't watch that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I can't watch that shit. Just the commercial made me crazy.
I can't watch it either, but some people get satisfaction. I like to squeeze things, but not pimple.
Oh my god. Wow. Thanks. Sure. I like to squeeze your pressure. Who's asleep?
Lisa is awake. She just is judging us all. See, look
How
at
you
her
know
face.
she awake?
She's gonna come off that mic in a minute and tell you.
Nope.
Lisa!
Her sleep.
Lisa!
Her sleep.
No, she's awake.
How you know she awake?
Well, she's probably at work and she can't respond. That's probably what it is.
I'm not working.
See, I told you she wasn't asleep.
And I'm not working.
Yeah, like they grew on your over.
She was asleep. What's it say?
Yeah, they grew on your over.
See, she outside. She's out for the
Woo!
What do you think is the router? Put her on mute.
He was on block.
It was on block. Oh, and Michael? M-U-T-E. That spells sabotage.
I got her got serious.
Good job.
I have to protect my sister wife.
Yeah, you guys wanted me to say something. Now you put me on mute.
Yeah, because we don't want to hear your discussion with the cable guy. We didn't know what could happen.
Talking about your router block and shit.
No, it's not blocked. It's like all of a sudden I was getting.
That's what him said. You understand?
He's a victim of a cyber attack. Sister wife, what's going on over there?
So how you guys doing? How's 4th of July?
We didn't celebrate.
You didn't celebrate the birth? Oh, never mind.
I thought you was going to say the birth of Jesus. I'm like, wait a minute.
That would have been funny as hell if I would have said the birth of Jesus. Nah, it was a good day to chill and eat and barbecue, whatever you guys do.
I heard you turned up this weekend.
I actually did.
I heard.
Oh, they just spreading all kind of, gossip.
Truths.
I don't want the truths. You call the Bronx Zoo turning up?
Well, I heard you was dancing on tables and stuff.
Oh, hell no, that wasn't me. What was that Shaggy song?
You was out with the babies during the daytime, and then you came with us in the nighttime.
Nah, girl, it was that
Night day.
It was a thing.
Time. Huh? What you say, girl?
I didn't get any invites from y'all. What happened? Y'all cook?
Nothing happened at all. Nothing. I cut up a roast and put it in my green pan and cooked it for hours.
Oh.
And I put some potatoes in it. And it was so damn good when it was over. And I said, here is y'all's meat and potatoes. Get away from me.
Here is y'all.
That's what I said. Here it is. And you know what? They ate that shit down to there's hardly any liquid left in the pot. It was gone. They left me the dirty pot. That's what the hell they did.
Down to the red meat.
It was gone, honey. It was gone. They suctioned it.
Oh my god. That's good. That sounds delicious.
It was. It was so beautiful. It was like a church event. It was that good. I can cook now when I want to. I just don't want to very often.
I love cooking.
Me too.
I did before it was a pain to stand for as long as I need to stand.
There you go. The standing and the prepping is what I don't like.
I love that. I need a sous chef.
I like to cook too. It's fun. Like that's why it's always like me and my friends are cooking, or we're gonna get together and cook.
See, that's the thing though. When you have friends, you can dole out the here you do this and do this and do that. Yeah.
I think it's fun. Like us watching movies, drinking wine, cooking together. That's like.
Well, that's the fun, Patty. I've just got two big men here. They're no fun to cook with. They off doing other shit.
I don't want to cook with them. Who's gonna clean up? And then I don't like it. Most people, they don't want to stay and get your place back to exactly the way you have it. Yeah.
But I could be days though to stay and get things back the way you want them.
So me and my friends usually cook and clean at the same time.
Exactly.
That's what I do.
Kind of the way it goes over here. So if I pull out a pot and I use it, the only thing that doesn't get cleaned is the stuff that it's in. But then even when we transport it into Tupperware, it gets cleaned. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I keep a sink of hot water and soap for everything to go into as we go.
Well, that sounds good. I might have to
I can't stand I cannot stand to have a pile of dishes in front of me after I've done cooking. I'm like, Lord Jesus.
And I don't like cooking around a bunch of dishes either.
Absolutely not. So you have to cook. You have to clean, cook.
I mean, when you do it, you don't feel it being done. Like if you use the cutting board, you prep your stuff, then you rinse the cutting board off, clean it,
Put it back.
put it back.
Yeah, it's all in that motion. It's all in the same thing. Because, if you've been cooking for a while, what dish to put on and when to put on the next one and the next one to make it all come out together. So you just keep the dishwater going and keep your stuff clean and load the dishwasher. Whatever it is you must do.
Because my mother didn't allow me to do stuff like that. Well, first of all, my mother didn't let me in her kitchen. But even if I tried, she was always, you gotta clean that up. She didn't. She was always like that. So.
But you know what? I always let my daughter cook with me when she was little. I'd get the little chair and she'd stand on the chair. I'd sit her on the counter. We'd make cookies and stuff together. So
I did that with my dad, not my mom.
I did that with my youngest. My oldest was not the least bit interested. He was fine with a cold bologna sandwich. There's nothing wrong with that child. He's the most successful, but he got no culinary prowess whatsoever.
But I do recommend that if you have friends that have kids that cook with them, their kids put their fingers in the food, and we allow them to because that's my kid. So, my kid used to put her fingers in stuff and taste it.
You have to taste to know if it's going to be good. Of course, y'all know that.
Yeah, but you know how we do it as adults. With kids, they'll be like moving their hair behind their ear and then touch the batter and taste it with spit. Yeah.
Well, the first rule in my kitchen is if you're going to come in here and cook, you have to wash your hands first.
But don't you watch the cooking shows where they have a separate tasting spoon every time I watch Top Chef?
Yeah.
So yeah, us adults do that, but it's really hard when you're trying to cook with a kid. It's really hard to keep their hands clean because they'll wash their hands, but then they'll help you cook. Then they'll touch their hair
or pet the dog or some other thing. You got to wash your hands again.
Oh, but yeah, it's fun with your baby. Well, it's fun with me and mine.
As long as it's your food, don't bring it to the cookout.
He said don't do it. Or your people that have their fingernails on and they come on like, oh no, don't do it. I don't want no fake fingernails in the food. Come on now.
I wear nails, but I do wash my hands.
Yours aren't probably gonna come loose, Patty.
A lot of people cook with gloves. What are you trying to say? I have to wash I don't like sticky hands. I don't like, so if I cut up something, if I touch meat, like I literally have to go wash my hands. I just, it feels gross. So I gotta get it off. I don't like sticky stuff on my hands, like syrup and honey, so yeah.
Yeah, meat make your fingers feel greasy.
That's why I started cooking with
I had to come back to my phone. I had to get back to my phone.
Oh, give it a try.
When my niece was living with me, we used to cook together, and I did not let her stick her fingers in the food. I'm sorry. She had to have a spoon. Like, here's a spoon if you want to taste.
No, yeah, that's true. You do give them a spoon, but they will slide. Like if you're like making cookie dough, they will, no matter what, they are going to. My child.
No, absolutely not. She's like, no. Can I have some? Sure. Here, let me get you a spoon. Don't put your hand in the food. People have to eat it. Yeah. But I do what April was saying. Like, I have like water in the sink, and then I wash and rinse things. I think Patty was saying that too. Like as I go, and sometimes I just rinse it out, and then I'll put it in the dishwasher.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, you clean it up as you go.
Yeah, the only thing that should be really dirty is the stuff the food that's holding the actual food while it's cooking. I even burnt myself so many times. You know how you try to like clean around the stove and something pops?
Yeah, like when I make sauce and
it pops.
It comes out. Oh my god.
And you're like wiping around with a wet cloth like a dummy. You know, like it makes a difference.
Yes, but I love to cook. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, we know, Dr. AG. Dr. AG, what you cooking?
So last night I made buttered chicken. So
buttered chicken.
I still have that.
That's
Buttered chicken.
Butter chicken is like I think it's Indian butter chicken.
Yeah,
You
butter
never had butter
chicken.
chicken?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the Indian men, if you got meat on your back, they'll say you stop eating butter chicken. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's a curry. It's like a curry, and it's like ginger, garlic, lemon. I make mine with yogurt. I don't know. Some people they will do like coconut milk instead, but I don't think that's real butter chicken when you do it that way.
Yeah, I do with yogurt too.
I made that, and I had like
chicken.
quinoa. I'm sorry.
Can you guys just reiterate yogurt on chicken? How we using yogurt?
No, the sauce is made with yogurt. So,
ooh, I'm gonna make that tomorrow.
So it's onion. So I saute. I'm allergic to onions, so I use shallots. So it's like shallots, garlic. I put green chili in mine, ginger.
Ooh, Dr. AG, I'm not allergic to onions, but I love shallots. I'm not allergic to onions, but I use shallots only. I don't.
Yeah, because I can't have the other ones. And then you just sort of saute that up, and then you put, and so then it's like a yogurt. I marinate the chicken in the yogurt, and I'll put like some spices in there. I might put like some cardamom in there, and you marinate the chicken in the yogurt, and then once the vegetables are once your onion and stuff is all sauteed, you put the chicken in the pan together, and it cooks. So it's like a curry. It'll be like a curry sauce. That's the closest thing I can describe it. And then I made a ginger, garlic, brown rice, and quinoa. So that's what I had. It's delicious. And I'm gonna eat the rest of it.
Yeah, I like shallots, or I like those purple. I think they're sweet onions, whatever they call.
Yeah, see, I can't have the purple ones either. I can't have red, purple, white, or yellow.
Yeah, I don't buy the regular onions. It's shallots, or if I see the sweet onions, because the flavor.
Do you guys like those little baby? I don't know what they're really called, but they're little baby cabbage balls. What are those called?
You mean Brussels sprouts?
Oh yeah, those. My neighbor, I told her I cannot stand those. She was talking about them, and I said I would do anything, that and the slimy stuff, okra, those two. So she decided that she was gonna make some. So she went and got these, made them fresh. I was like, you can smell that shit in the hallway. I was like, oh God, I know she's gonna be bringing that over soon. So when she did bring them over, she brought them over and presented it really well. I don't really know how she prepared them, but it doesn't look like the way my mom used to do it. My mother used to boil that shit, and then she used to put like maybe some type of meat in it, some type of meat product in it, like maybe some bacon ends or some stuff like that. I don't remember, but I know there was meat in it. But this lady, she said that if you guys don't like them, I won't give you the recipe, but those are one of the worst two vegetables on the planet is okra and those little, miniature cabbage balls.
Yeah,
were they caramelized?
Yeah, she worked on them.
Yeah, that's gross.
Brussels sprouts is good. I ate those yesterday. Oh my gosh, the work in there. Yeah,
Girl, you ain't had the right Brussels sprouts.
I didn't, obviously, and I told my mama she didn't do it right.
So you could have roasted Brussels sprouts.
They were roasted.
You grill them. You can bake. Oh gosh! And if you make like vegetable soup, Brussels sprouts are good.
And that sounds good in vegetable soup. Never saw that. Never saw it coming, but it was good.
Your instincts are right. If you have to work that hard to make something taste good, it ain't for you.
It's really not that hard, for real.
Yo, this girl put her foot in it because I've had my mother's like one of these scratch cookers. Everything has to be from every scratch, and she's from the country, so
I cook from scratch, not too much.
Okay, what about okra? What's your okra game look like?
So I'm not, and much to the shame of my family, I am not an okra eater. But my aunt makes our traditional, she makes it like the okra rice, which is a thing we eat. And when she makes it for me though, she dries the okra first. Like she fries it so that it's not sticky. And then she makes the rice. And I can eat it like that because it doesn't have the goo. But I'm not an okra. I'm not an okra.
I used to eat okra, and I would just sit there and like
gag.
Oh my god! And he used to think it was so funny. I was like, "Daddy, that's nasty." Ew.
It is. It's just like, man. I'm like, Mom, who would eat something that excretes some type of? This is excretion. What is this? She goes, that's the way it is. It's good for you. All the nutrients. I said, that's a damn lie. Ain't no nutrients in no okra. So okra is slimy as fuck. But then she started using it, I think, with the corn. She would shuck it, and then stir fry it like the southern people like to do it. Stir fried okra.
Yeah, and they put, and so where I come from, they'll do it with okra. They'll do okra and tomatoes. They do it with the okra and tomatoes. And corn. And we have a traditional dish. It's like okra soup, it's called. And I can't because the okra is, the goo is in there. Yeah. But, you know, much to the shame and horror of my family, I don't eat okra. I love it. People fry it. You know, just like deep fry it.
I don't buy
eat it like that too.
I don't buy okra at all, so.
I know, right? Where do they even sell it? I don't even like see it just like hanging out in the normal store. But you know.
Y'all should see how many okra plants I have.
Oh Lord Jesus! What are you doing with your okra?
I got okra plants. I got okra plants at home.
Okra wine.
I drink okra water every morning. The first thing I do when I get up is okra water every morning. And okra is also, it's really sticky. Like when you, my grandfather had a field where he grew vegetables, and okra is sticky. So when they would pick it, they had to wear like the little socks on their hands because it's got the little furry things on it.
Yeah, that wasn't made for human consumption.
I love it. It is one of the foods that our ancestors brought over with them when they came to the New World.
They should have left that shit over there.
They should have left that shit over there because I mean, it's nothing. It's okay.
Yeah, Amazon sells okra water.
So you guys not doing coconut water now?
I do coconut water.
I love
coconut.
You can make coconut water with coconut water.
I used to
I'm sounding queasy.
Coconut water is my it's the water I drink when I'm skating.
I use it for my smoothies.
Wait, you drink okra water to skate?
Absolutely not.
You said coconut.
You said coconut water. Coconut water is super hydrating though. Coconut water.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna tell y'all because it has it's high potassium content, and I'm allergic to bananas, so even though bananas don't have as much potassium as people think, but it's one of my potassium substitutes along with all kinds of melon and kiwi. Oh my Lord, Well, since I've been drinking the okra water every day, my A1C is low as it was when I was probably 35. So I'm good.
That's because you don't have no appetite after.
thing in the morning on an empty stomach. I'm fine. I don't have much of an appetite anymore.
Now see,
So,
all
it's
her
fine.
stuff is clogged up with that slime.
Girl, please, ain't nothing clogged up. You drink that okra water, ain't nothing gonna be clogged up.
Oh no, not that too.
That shit's gonna flush you right out.
Go to the
And I can eat it raw too. I can pick it right out of the garden and eat it. But I like vegetables. I've always loved vegetables. My boys didn't even. I had to force them to eat meat. They didn't want meat. They ate all the vegetables. People would come up to us at restaurants going, "How do you get them to eat that?" I said, "That's all they eat. Raw broccoli and shit." They were always like that.
I don't see anything wrong with that. It's just the okra slime thing to get me. I can eat raw everything.
If it's cooked right, it's not slimy.
I know. One of these days somebody gonna come up with a recipe that I can go through and make it my own. But right now, it's
Okra slimy. Unless you fry the slime, it's slimy.
slime.
You have to dry the slime somehow.
It's just like we talking about
If you steam it and put like a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar or red wine vinegar, it will not slime up.
Okay.
That has to change it.
I've
been eating it all my life.
Yeah, I grew up. Okra is a staple in our diet, and I ain't never. The only way I seen it not slimy is when my aunt fries that out that slime. And that takes a lot to fry that slime out.
You know what else I forgot? My mother puts that stuff in. So occasionally, I guess whoever is coming over, she will put it in the black eyed peas. I do remember her throwing some okra on there too. Y'all seen
And
that?
it's like gumbo.
Never
You can't have gumbo without. You can't have gumbo without okra.
Yeah, not gumbo. Yeah, not all gumbo got okra though. You can have them.
But gumbo needs okra.
What? I didn't know that.
First thing I do when I go to my cousin's house in Louisiana, she take me straight to the store. Last time I was there, I brought home 150 pounds of seafood packed in hot ice. I get all my spices and stuff there, right? My red beans, everything.
Damn. So what's the difference between the red beans there and where you at?
They're not the same at all.
Where your cousin live in Louisiana?
I don't know where they're at now because they went through the
when they be making their gumbo, where they make it from? They must be from New Orleans.
Oh yeah, they're from New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where they're at now because they lost their home in the flood.
Yeah, because New Orleans be putting that gumbo, but putting that okra. But if you go to Acadiana, they don't put no okra in their gumbo. Their gumbo, they do like that dark roux. It's a lot different.
Yeah, I do a dark roux too.
Because usually the gumbo with the okra is tomato based. That's like the African.
Yeah, African stuff, they use a lot of okra.
The number went up to 32. 32 dead, 25 still missing.
Oh my God.
Where is this?
In Texas.
Like from the flood?
Yeah.
That's not where Ashton is it?
No, that's not. It's on the other side of Texas.
Dang, that's
All
crazy.
those babies. Weren't they like between 10 and 12? They were younger.
I thought they were younger than that.
I'm missing something.
they might have been younger.
Babies. Wait a minute. Let me go look this up. I've been off the grid today, so I don't know.
Yeah, they had some younger.
Just tell her.
There was at least one 8-year-old. They were younger than 10.
Oh,
Lisa, you don't need to look that up.
There's a group. There's a group of 5 and 6 year olds, and then there was another group of 7 through 9 year olds. 7 through 9 and 5 through 6.
Oh my God.
What are you? Was this a school?
It was a summer camp.
Oh no.
And then there was a few of 10 plus. Yeah.
Wow.
They were all in different cabins.
Yeah.
So, because they did have people 12 and up at the I'm sorry, they were like in different cabins, is what my understanding was.
Yeah. The death toll has risen, 32. So those 32 are 14 children and 18 adults.
That is horrible.
That was an hour ago, that update.
Crazy word.
Well, this camp, are they aware of a world? I'm asking questions that probably ain't gonna make no sense now. Did they know that they were in a flood zone?
It was a flash flood.
Flash flood that day?
It was a flash flood.
You know, they warn us here about flash flooding, so I'm just wondering.
According to Trent, he claims that he got the notification to his phone. So that he believes they got a notification too. I don't know.
But they got a notice, but the notice, they said potential for flash flooding, and it said something like 4 to 8 inches or 4 to 8 feet or whatever. But the actual flood was like they got 26, I think the river rose 26 feet in like 45 minutes. And it was in the middle of the night. Like one of the girls said they woke up in the middle of the night and they heard like the loud whoosh of the river. So flash floods, I'm just to say, like, flash floods are very hard to,
So what happens is that the rain comes down and overfloods the river, and then the river overflows?
Yes.
Is that?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And it's
almost
fast.
like the levees, when the levees
and the river the water is moving so fast because it's filling, like it's so much. Yeah. They said it was something like 45 minutes, less than an hour.
Yeah, I heard
for the river to get 26 feet. So.
It's crazy. 26 feet. It's crazy.
That's horrifying. Yeah, that's horrifying.
In 45 minutes. I mean, you can't even fill up a pool that fast.
Exactly.
You can't evacuate in 45 minutes, though.
No, I think. Well, I mean, they did evacuate some people. They helicoptered them.
We got 21 inches of rain in 2 hours in April of 2017, in the middle of the night. The only way we found out about it was our neighbor came knocking on my door, opened up the door, and I'm looking at just one house. We're the highest house in this circle of rim, and I look at these houses just flooded. Craziest thing I've ever been through. I'd rather my house burn than flood any day. And I've had both happen, so.
Okay, that sounds good.
Hey man, I'm just chiming in.
And if you get caught in that, it's that's just terrible.
Thank you.
So, Matt, I did run the numbers on your experiment, and it would cost $300 billion one time to pull off, and then the savings would only be $45 billion a year. So that's only 2% of the deficit.
I think
so
then we're just screwed. Then what's the point in this country? I mean, then we'll never be able to cut. We'll never be able to balance budget at that point.
That's, you can't balance it just off the cutting, which is what I was trying to say earlier. You have to increase revenue. You just have to.
Yeah, you increase revenue by growing the economy, not by taking money out of my pocket to give to somebody else.
So here's the numbers on that, right? So for every 1 trillion of economic growth you have, the GDP, it produces another 40 to 60 billion in tax revenue. So just pure growth by itself isn't going to get you there either, because in a great year, you grow the economy by 1 trillion. Well, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yeah, in a great year, you grow it by 1 trillion. So you're basically suggesting double a typical year of growth, which I don't think has ever happened before.
We're going to have to, and until this country gets serious, unfortunately, we're going to have to start dipping into entitlements. That's about $4 trillion of our national debt. I think it's 2.8 trillion in Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. It's down about $3 trillion. Interest on the national debt's almost $1 trillion. It's got to give somewhere.
God forbid we tax billionaires. God forbid we tax them.
You gotta give on both sides, Matt. Matt, you gotta give on both sides, right? So you have to do some cuts, you have to do some revenue increases. So you just have to do both. I mean, if you're trying to fix the issue, you have to do both things.
But just because you increase tax rate doesn't mean you generally increase tax revenue. But that's the tax rates back in the 50s.
What? Just because you increase the tax rate doesn't mean you're going to increase tax revenue?
You know what the tax rates were in the 1950s? Take a guess. Take a wild guess. Go ahead. Waiting.
They were ridiculous. Yeah, they were very high.
Ridiculous. And guess what? Everybody found a way to pay less taxes. So you raise tax rates all you want to.
Do we still have the same economy
When do you lose
as the 50s? Are you okay? Do we still have the same economy as in the 1950s? Like, why would you? Like, what's going on?
You can't have a debate. You can't. And Vicino and I are trying to go back and forth, and no one's letting us. Vicino asks very fucking hard questions. Trust me. He asks very hard questions that aren't easy to answer.
Oh, wow. Is your brain okay? Does it hurt?
It's ignorance.
Oh, well, you're ignorant.
It really is. But if
You're talking about the 1950s economy. That doesn't even make sense. Do a good argument, at least.
Have an echo chamber. I'll go back home.
Okay, bye.
Echo chamber.
This is not an echo chamber, Matt. Quit saying that silly shit. Do y'all know what an echo chamber is?
Yeah, when CEO and I can have an open debate for
No, do you know what an echo chamber is? Ask Narcissus, he will tell you.
CEO,
CEO tussling over there at Pep Boys.
So you guys, what's going to happen if all these foreign countries decide to how do you say it? Repatriate. I can't say it now. To get their gold reserves, to turn in their gold reserves. Repatriate. Thank you.
I'll be back.
If they do that, what's going to happen? Are we going to be in big trouble? Because Trump done pissed off all the other countries, so.
What time you guys open this room in the morning? First Lady Patty.
What happened? I feel like I was here
What time
early.
this room was open?
9?
You sleep? 9:02.
9:02. Oh.
Why, you want to close it?
No, it's just fun. It's starting to, die out. Unless Lisa can open up the room.
Close it. Yeah, Lisa, open your door. Hey, brother. Hey, Ed. Hey, Evans. Hey, boss man.
Oh, by the way, the Puerto Ricans are really celebrating
What they celebrated?
4th of July last night. The block we did. These people spent $2,000 on fireworks. They had a fucking barbecue. I came home from a barbecue. Everybody was on the block yesterday. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. They had lit everything. Everything. Yes. It was lit. It was a big old party on the block. I'm like, dang. I don't know if people were going this hard for 4th of July. But it's like this. It's like this one family It's this one family on the block. They own a building, and it's like a lot of them. It's like all the cousins and everybody, and they're really fucking nice. And they buy food for everybody. Like, very hospitable. And they be in the bodega chilling till like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning the night before. And then last night again they were chilling on the block all night. So, anywho.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. So, with the Puerto Ricans.
We do our family reunion on the 4th every year. That's why I wasn't around yesterday.
Yeah, I've seen a few family reunions on Instagram.
Well, I was in bedside last night. Well, yesterday, all day with my Jamaicans. And then came and hang out here on this block with the Puerto Ricans. So,
I was hanging with the white people.
Oh, boo. I know your shit didn't have seasoning on it.
Yeah, crazy.
I was good. So I was hanging out with the Jamaican Cubans. How's that for a mix?
What happened to Matt and CEO?
CEO left, so Matt left. But I don't know.
I might have dampened Matt.
They're like, he can't. We can't speak. His echo chamber, whatever the fuck he's in. He's annoying.
Well, I mean, he was talking about the fucking 50s. It's 2025.
Yeah, that's what
He keeps saying the same shit.
Oh, do you know what we had in the 1950s? Yo! Ridiculous. He wasn't allowed to say stupid shit like that without pushback. You wildin'.
I'm trying to be saved, and it's making it hard for me to be saved.
He's like, do you know that corporations were taxed at the 1950s? Dude, I told you that. I've run you through the whole history of taxation. Like, literally, I told you numerous times that corporations used to pay a lot. This is wild. This is a wild conversation. The conversation I remember having with him is that it used to be considered un-American for corporations to profit from war, right? That was a whole big deal back then. Taxes corporations, make sure our boys have everything they need to go to war, and they have the best equipment, they have the best, and they're able to fight out there, blah, 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 blah. Like, that was part of the whole thing, right?
Francisco, right after these messages.
And then it just became, corporations should pay zero taxes. Like, it's just weird. But once again, if y'all want to see a good performance, this is what we started off this morning with. Go ahead and watch Alanis Morissette at Glastonbury. Y'all are into that. And Lisa, are you opening, Lisa?
Hold on, you guys. I got the Wi-Fi guy. Unplug my Wi-Fi down in the telephone room. Just mine. Just mine. So I had to call Monkey Brains, and they have to go and fix the wiring downstairs. This is fucking crazy.
Did you guys talk about Elon starting his new political party?
Yeah, they spoke about it a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, he's trying to give Trump a heart attack.
So, greetings everybody. I just want to report that I am now a proud boy. I have went through my first tier of initiation. And let me just quickly summarize the task that I had to do. So my first degree was reciting a loyalty oath. I am a Western chauvinist who refuses to apologize for creating the modern world. Second degree was I had to endure a physical beating. Typically it was punches, but the few spits were in there too. While naming 5 breakfast cereals, of which I had a problem with the 5th. The third degree was receiving a Proud Boys related tattoo, which I got on my forehead to my nose. And then on the 4th degree, I was engaging in a major conflict for the cause, such as a violent street fight, arrested for group activities. Thank you.
Interesting.
Have you been down there by the church?
What church are you talking about? You talking about church in general? Just church, etc. Or the chicken church? Which one are you talking about?
The church you told me to go to.
Hey, what's up with you? Where you been? I've been missing you. I've been hitting the stage and you haven't been around and everybody been talking about we broke up. What happened?
4th of July. What are you doing 4th of July?
I had your plate nice and warm. I was sitting by the door waiting for you like
Wait, what was on her plate, left?
some peas and some cheese. No, I would have.
Sorry, you guys.
It was a lobster taco.
I heard she likes Brussels sprouts, so make sure to have those on there.
No, but I said I had to substitute the Brussels sprouts for some collard greens, fresh though, very fresh.
You went to Lobster Tower?
I would have given you a lobster tower had you had shown your that you had graced us with your marbles.
He said if I had shown my what now?
If you had graced us, if you had put your aroma.
With my aroma. I swear to God, I don't
Damn.
I cannot
Lisa, send him a little something in the mail.
Yeah, I have to send him something.
In the mail. Maybe like a used bra or something?
Who?
A spider
Said
head.
you was wrong.
Another time.
No,
You know how people you know how people send like panties in the mail?
Yeah, you gotta go get those. You gotta go get those cheap panties from Walmart and put them on for an hour and put them in an envelope.
Really clear
Put them in an envelope.
You think I'm so mature?
Just be simple.
Honestly, I want to rub my forehead on them, but I do not want to rub them.
Say forehead.
Yeah.
Have the great idea.
Oh my God, what is going on?
I'm trying to figure out how to make some extra money while I'm retired. I'm trying to,
Hey, this might be
You gotta have the sex. You gotta take the vaccine for it now. The HPV vaccine.
No?
There's a vaccine for oral sex diseases now. You can
Oh, who's gonna get the disease? Me?
I ain't worried about that. I'm talking about what's going on.
We gonna get that vaccine first, baby.
I think I've had my vaccine already, though, to be honest with
You got the vaccine already?
Yeah, I think it was part of the panel.
Grandfathers it in. You know, if you get the COVID vaccine, you pretty much get the protection from everything.
Well,
it's like a contract. You know?
Let's see your blood work, and then we'll figure out what else needs to be ran after that.
Oh yeah, you're a nurse, right?
He's like, he goes, oh yeah, you're a nurse.
That's right. That's right.
Lisa, I gotta ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yesterday, when I was at my aunt's house, my cousin was there. He is morbidly obese.
Yes, ma'am.
He's like 15 years younger than me, though. Maybe 20. I'm not sure. But, girl, he was just sitting at the counter. He wasn't eating or anything. He was sitting at the counter, and it sounded like his breathing sounded like he was snoring.
Oh no, he has that's very scary. And if he's doing that sitting up, imagine what he's like laying down. So I hope he has the positive pressure breathing device for sleep apnea. I hope he has that. I hope he goes and see an ENT doctor so they can remove his uvula. That seems to help people with these, but more so is his weight. But he has
I'm gonna ask his sister about those two things because I was so mortified. This man is phenomenal. He's a maestro. He travels all over the world, conducts orchestras, he plays piano, he does everything. And he couldn't breathe just sitting there, and his wife is just talking, and she's taking his Ozempic. Yes, he has a wife.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
It's like he has gone down in the last year and a half. It's just unbelievable. Like I said, he's a maestro. He travels all over the world and plays piano and does all
What do you mean he's gone down? Like he's lost weight in the past year and a half?
He wasn't obese before he had got the wife. She got him obese. That's what wives do.
I think she's been working on it because there's no way that the food that he eats is crazy. It's crazy. And everybody on that side of my family, they're all diabetic. So it's just, yeah.
He has a
that's here to get out of it.
I don't know how he's flying like that either, because when you're like obese like that and you do long flights, you have to make sure you have your, yes, well, not only that, have your sequential stockings on to keep the blood clots from flying, because I had to take aspirin for blood clots 2 days before I got on the plane because Dr. Boheat thought I was going to get a blood clot in my ankle. I was like, fuck. That scared the shit out of me. All I need to know is a blood clot. Girl, I poured a whole bottle of aspirin down my throat.
I take the aspirin because I have so much nerve damage in my legs that I have neuropathy.
No, just tell me what recordings are.
But when Sandra, why didn't you try Ozempic?
I said his wife is taking his Ozempic.
Wait, what? Oh, what?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't know.
Yes.
No.
I grabbed my cousin Lauren by the arm. I said, come here. We're going outside. Because I was like, what the hell's going on? Why is he snoring at the table wide awake? like
taking the
what the hell's going on. Yep.
What about liposuction? Does that work?
Not like that. Not for morbidly obese.
Nah, he would need weight loss surgery.
Yeah, you need to do something to lose the weight, and then they'll try to clean you up, like edit you down with a little liposuction. More than usually, you're gonna need some skin surgery if you're really that big.
It's crazy. That link on top is the photos from the camp.
Oh, I don't even want to see those babies.
That water went really high on those bunk beds because you can see like the ring around the room.
Oh, wow.
Like where the water went up.
Yeah. I don't want to see that.
That's so crazy.
Oh, that's crazy. That's so sad.
And we were all saying too that it was just bad to not have FEMA, not have a disaster proper response, you know.
That's pretty sad though that they didn't get, like I was telling them, you know, like when I'm in, not so much in New York, but when I'm in California, I always get these alerts on my phone talking about high tide, flash flood warning, all kind of weird shit in California, but I guess they don't get that where those people are.
Well, they were saying something about like in the rural communities how, you know, the accessibility is an issue.
So they were saying that they did get it. Hold on. So they did get the notice. Trent got the notice, and he's like a few hundred miles away. But he says they actually get too many notices. Every time there's like even a little flood, they get a notice, and they're inundated with notices that some of these people don't even pay attention to shit when they really need to because they're constantly getting alerts for stuff.
Oh, okay. So it's that when you get inundated, you start ignoring them. Oh my God.
Well, that's part of it. The other part of it, they did get notice, but it wasn't necessarily adequate notice. They got notice that it was going to be 4 to 8 inches, and it was actually 26 inches.
Ooh, that's a big difference.
But, you know, obviously people are citing the cuts to National Weather Service and NOAA, and other people are like, don't make it political, blah, blah, blah. But it's very convenient that when California was experiencing their fires, I didn't hear nothing but criticisms to people in California, whereas Trump, he said, we got you. Or he said, I got them.
But that's
as far as the people in California. But it's still, you want to hear the president say, gotcha, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whether it's a lie or not, like, when emergency happens.
Has he spoken about the floods?
Yeah, he says he...
From my memory, I've always seen, like, I remember seeing, like, a latent response from Republican administrations with disasters, you know, like Katrina and et cetera, all the way back to Nixon, right? And then for the Democrats, it was very rapid, you know? And the boots on the ground as well, to actually see what damage was incurred.
Have you guys noticed that? I thought this is a Trump phenomenon that he doesn't want to help people who are going through disasters. I thought every other...
He just wants to help the people that voted, the states that voted for him. Lisa, he does want to help people. He expressed empathy. He said that him and Melania are praying for the families. He did, and he said, God bless Texas. Our brave first responders are on site doing what they do best. Like, he expressed a lot of, he acted presidential, but he just don't give a fuck about California.
I think you want those prayers.
You see, the other day he said he hated Democrats. He said the Dems hate me and I hate them too.
Yep, that's what he said.
President hate half of the doggone country. That's crazy.
I think he hates people in general. I think he's more than a misogynist. You know? Anyway, I was going to go on, but yeah.
I think he hates poor people. That's what I think.
Well, he definitely wants poor people under his foot, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking.
wants to get the poor people to vote Republican.
I hope our men are ready for their room tomorrow. Because if they're not, I'm gonna do my own men's room. Because I got all this stuff. Yes, be quiet. Don't say anything. Stay on mute. Don't. And I'm like, well, I collected all this stuff on diabetes, high blood pressure, PSA's numbers, exercising, nutrition, all kind of stuff for men. Because those are the worst patients for me in my field when they come in. They never prepared for surgery adequately. I'm like, bruh, what is going on? But I'm such a sweet person. Now, I'll wait, and then I'll get in trouble by standing there trying to pre-op them properly, because the doctors are like, where are you? They be like, walkie-talkie, Misa, are you on your way in? I'm like, no. What's the holdup? And then I have to go away and go, because first of all, they don't know, you haven't considered them correctly. They don't know what this operation is about. Well, just tell them that we don't do the gallbladder and it's I'm like, no, you come tell them. What the fuck is going on over here? The lazy ass got me over there trying to consent. But I notice it's men. Women, they come in there with a whole Google page printed out, notes, recordings, recommendations from friends. They'd be like, but no, not men.
Lisa, you are absolutely right. I start making my notes a month before my doctor's appointment. That's something I want to talk about.
You said a month before. That's true.
Yeah, this thing that comes in my head. Oh yeah. My man, so called. Anyway, he's got that property up north with the lake and all that stuff, and there's 5 separate apartments attached, and he rents them out during the summertime. Anyway, one of the rooms had mold in it. When I went up there, I smelled the mold, and I got sick that night. I stayed the night, and I got sick. I mean, it was like allergies, or I thought it was sinus and stuff. As soon as I left, I was better. So when I got home, I called him and I said, look, you got to deal with that mold you got in that house. I didn't know how long it had been there because I hadn't been up there in like a year and a half. Because it's only like 150 miles away, but it's just, when I was working, I just couldn't do it. Tell me why I kept forgetting, because he kept saying that his white blood cells were low. And I called, I went online and I was like, can mold make your white blood cells react differently? And it was like, absolutely. So I called him, I said, you need to tell your doctor that you've had mold in that house. You've been breathing that mold for over 2 years. He finally got it out. 2 years.
Not 2 years.
And if I hadn't said that that's what made me sick, I was like, I know people who have died from breathing mold spores. My girlfriend's son, who was going through chemotherapy, she didn't know she had black mold in her house. And he came to stay with her and died. So, I'm like, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, it's a silent killer. It isn't. And I know people in that same situation that passed away because of fucking mold. And these people lived in a fucking luxury building.
Oh my God. So he went to the doctor on Thursday and asked the doctor, he said, I'm supposed to ask you if you need to check my blood because I've had mold in my house. I just got it all removed and everything, but can you check my blood to see? And the doctor said, absolutely. He was like, who told you to ask me that? I was like, oh my God, these men are a trip. That's a roundabout way to get back to what you were saying, Lisa. They just don't, either they don't know or they don't care.
A little bit of both.
Care until we have to care. The only way we go to the hospital is if we bleed our way or shit our way in.
That's about right, too. Bleed their way in or shit their way in.
Yeah.
Like, when's the last time, and okay, so you see my blood pressure, right? I'm like, yes. So it looks good, doesn't it? I'm like, no, it doesn't. What is the bottom number? Yeah. The bottom number is supposed to be the smaller than or is it the other way around? I said, sir, you're supposed to know your blood pressure. Well, no, you tell me. I said, I'm going to tell you what it is now. right now, and you've been medicated.
You have to go out the room though, right? When you read the blood pressure, right? You have to leave them alone, right? You can't be near them when you're reading their blood pressure.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm right there. I mean, taking the blood pressure. You know,
That's not good. You're altering the reading.
No, I'm not, because they have that automatic machine. You know, they don't do blood pressures
When
where.
a woman is near a man, his blood pressure goes up mysteriously.
When they're looking at you, Miss Lisa.
No. I look totally different. Look at my picture at work in my profile.
Already did that. Already done that.
That's an episode. You ever seen that episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm when he has like the heart monitor?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I am dying right now. Okay, Alep, you on it, bro. I don't know. Well, we're gonna do the segment. We are gonna do it for the guys tomorrow. If you guys are interested in that.
I was waiting for you to speak the last time. I wanted to hear what you had to say.
You notice how they shut me down? They be like, what? So with all that,
I had my paper, pen already, stuff that I could write down for Sid. I had everything ready. I was like, when is she gonna talk?
They didn't want me to, so I just said okay. And then Dap also had a segment. He was gonna do, I think he was gonna do prostate health as well. I think Dap was gonna do that.
His last one was pretty good. The one I heard. I think it was the week before last.
And that was just off the top of his head, so just wait till Sunday. When,
I don't know. I'll tell you what's up.
What happened to Hez?
I don't know. Have you guys seen Hez? I have not seen Hez in I don't know how long. They didn't do it last weekend. So the weekend before last. Is he okay?
I feel like that was the last time I seen him last weekend.
Him a back channel or some kind of thing like that. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Have you guys seen Haitian today?
Not yet.
Early.
Oh, you saw him earlier?
Yeah, he was on earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know it's up together.
Okay. Well, I'll open when my cable gets hooked back up. Right now I'm on my cell information, whatever you call it. I turned the Wi-Fi off. That's just weird to me. It's been off all day, and I thought it was like one of those little things, you know. So first, before we left, I just unplugged the router because I thought, because sometimes you just unplug it, reset it, it's all good. We get back. I've been gone all day. It's no cable. I was like, wait a minute, there's no Wi-Fi in the house. I was like, they're gonna tear this house upside down. So I sent them back out to go run some errands, and then I have something called Monkey Brains, and Monkey Brains carries my service. So
It came out the same day.
yeah, because
That's good.
what, everybody they tried to troubleshoot it from the
Lisa, just be careful because people will try to impersonate these people and try to contact you.
You think I didn't
And you
think
got a
about
lot of
that?
weirdos.
Like
You got a lot of weirdos in here.
You think
You know you're a weirdo magnet too, Lisa.
Yeah.
Yeah, you open the door with the lock in your hand.
Possibly says that you like weird
You're
things.
too
in
nice.
people.
You're too nice.
Yeah.
Well, one thing when he said he was coming, okay, the reason I was like trusting, because I called Monkey Brains, and then Monkey Brains said,
Just call the service. Just say whatever, Geek Squad, whatever.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
And don't be saying Monkey Brains in the recording room. Just say Geek Squad. Geek
But
the
Monkey Brains
Geeks.
is not the real name.
Okay, good. Okay. I thought you were giving the real name. That's what I'm like.
They have a reputation.
No, and Alef should know the Monkey Brain reference. Monkey Brains is only on the West Coast. You don't know that, Alef? Do you?
Yeah, I didn't know that they were only on the West Coast, but I have seen Monkey Brain service. I've heard of them before.
Yeah, so that's what the kids have, but I don't have Monkey Brains in New York. But anyway, just to make this long ass boring story, they weren't gonna come out. They were gonna try to troubleshoot everything from wherever they troubleshoot. And I said, okay, all these unplugging, resetting, change the what do you call the plug that goes into that? I said, look, bro. So in the world, I'm gonna be here until Monday without Wi-Fi. So he's like, oh. So then I called the guy that runs the building, his emergency number. He goes, I know you're not calling me because you don't have Wi-Fi. I said, oh yes I am. I said, somebody has to open up the access doors down in the garage. So talking to people, two men who don't want to get off the couch or wherever they are, I just let them know. I said, this is not going to work for me. I have to work. I need my service. So they both showed up here. And the one who comes from the cable company came up and told me that somebody unplugged mine. That's what threw me off. It's like, what do you mean unplugged mine? He goes, yeah, yours was the only one unplugged. I was like, what? Who would do that? I mean, seriously, he said, and yeah, he said yours was the only one unplugged in the telephone room. And I was like, you know what? That is making me feel very uncomfortable. So I had to make sure that the manager, I said, isn't that thing under lock and key? And he goes, it's supposed to be. So, isn't that strange, you guys? Come on now. I can't tell you how many businesses in this building. And mine was the only, it was literally unplugged. It wasn't like, oh, there's a wire burn or something. It was unplugged.
Well, I've heard a lot of things, especially with building managers, like this one person I knew. She had put something on her kitchen, table, whatever. And it was like a bill or something like that. And then she left for work, and she's very, particular about where she puts things. She's very neat. And then it was moved, right? So she asked the building manager, and she said, hey, anybody come to my apartment? And he was like, oh, I haven't seen anyone. This and that. And they got cameras and stuff. She was like, can you look at the videos? And he never got back to her.
Right.
And then something else happened, and she discovered it was him that had came in her apartment.
Whoa.
They do that shit all the time, though.
Yeah. Those freaky type of weirdos, they'll come in there and they'll be wearing your bras and wearing your panties and stuff.
They got too much time on the East Coast. Oh, shit.
I hadn't even thought about anything that crazy.
That's why Anthony's so offensive.
Oh my God, that's water. I should have known. Y'all been together today?
That's my brother, Water.
That's what I'm saying. You guys hang out today.
All y'all, my family, quit it. But yeah. Oh, we ain't chilling, y'all. We just pick up like no time ever set. I didn't
You guys
see
are
those
really not that
fireworks.
far away from each other.
You know, we'll make it happen one day. We're gonna have like a little cookout or something. We're gonna make some bread.
We're gonna do a pop-up for real.
We're gonna do a tribe. We're gonna do a tent.
We're gonna do that one.
We're gonna do a TV.
That said more about you than about me.
You're dancing it up like a water bubble. Yeah.
You ready?
Rolling around.
You better come back out here, Lisa, when we do have it.
I have to come back out there, and I have to be there for school for August.
Told me, give me 30 days notice, we'll make it happen.
What are you guys gonna do in 30 days? What are we doing?
All I need is 30 days to amp up an event.
Oh,
no matter how big or how
okay.
small. Oh,
Well, start working on it.
Oh, yeah. I grew up in bands and, doing all that.
Can you guys see Water playing in a band? I just can't. My brain's not even allowed it.
I totally can see him playing something.
I used to teach kids guitar. I used to teach all ages.
Yeah. What kind of instrument?
Just all I ask for is just don't run out on Lisa when the bill comes. You're gonna split it 3 ways. I don't want you to spend 100% of that shit.
Oh my God.
That's the one thing I ask.
Oh my God, that's the biggest nightmare.
We're gonna get Microsoft to sponsor the event.
Speed Racer.
We ain't
trapping her at Cheesecake Factory or
Cheesecake Factory. That's a horrible place.
Yeah, no.
What? You don't like Cheesecake Factory, Lisa? What's going
You
on?
know why? Because they don't make their stuff from scratch. It's all delivered in cans and boxes. Yeah.
Just another franchise.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I love the food. If we're just going there to get a quick lunch or something, oh yeah. But if you think you're going there to have a nice dinner, don't. That's not what's going on in the back. They're opening up cans and heating up shit. The boxes.
So let me ask you this: if you didn't know how they made their food and the plate was brought out and the food was good, would you care?
You already said the food was good.
Yes.
It's good.
You know what?
Yeah, like she said. I mean, Denny's good. You know,
Denny's is not fucking.
We would go there when we would go shopping. We go to
Denny's is good when you high and leaving the club. If you high and leaving the club, then Denny's is okay. That's it.
Please don't knock out Denny's, because Denny's the only thing's open, like you said.
You don't intentionally go to Denny's during the daytime. Like that's.
Denny's here in Michigan. Denny's is racist. They will let like people, like say 4 people will come in and they'll give them a table and then they won't wait on them. They've been notorious for that.
Okay, so the Denny's in Silicon Valley is a tourist attraction because that's where NVIDIA started.
Oh wow.
Oh, in the Denny's?
The back of Denny's. Yep, the back of Denny's. Jensen Yang, they used to meet in the back of Denny's. They used to work for a different company, and that's where they formed NVIDIA.
But y'all notice?
Oh, interesting.
Y'all notice the theme though, like Denny's, Cheesecake Factory, when they first opened up, like back in the day, Denny's was cool. Like the quality was alright. Now is no. And the same goes for Cheesecake Factory, P.F. Chang's, all of them.
I was watching some 80s, 70s
All the way
commercials.
above Denny's.
I never like P.F. Chang's. The only thing I get from P.F. Chang's is blood
What?
trap.
Y'all ain't like P.F. Chang's?
I like Denny's. I don't know.
Back in the day?
How old is one interview? If it's that bad, it should be very open.
But by the way, wait, what? So hold on 1 second, because I kind of missed a chunk of the conversation today. I had to step out, but the last thing I heard, Gemini. It was like Gemini when and then Deborah was confronting Anthony, and then it was this whole situation, and then so we were listening to the other room, and then Anthony derailed, and then we were kind of saying like Gemini kind of let him derail, and then I didn't get to speak or anything. But what happened with the conversation? Because I just remember First Lady saying, "Oh, I don't think so and so's racist." But I don't know what you're talking about.
I did not let that dude derail.
Most of the people have
Anthony started throwing everybody down to the door.
Anthony was ducking and throwing and removing people and then not standing there. Like, one thing he will do is like, one thing he'll say is, you know what, no, like I wasn't at my phone. Somebody said they weren't at their phone, they didn't hear something, you came like, but you definitely heard it. I mean, if you're gonna say that, that's your plausible out.
So his defense was he lets
you guys monitor
racism. No, this was in
another room.
Yeah, that's why I left.
So his defense
I actually modded
was
Deborah and he threw her down and I had to bring her back up. He's like, why'd you?
Down, then he kicked him out the room.
He's like, why'd you? He's like, you modded Deborah.
Dr. AG's burner. He kicked her out.
So the argument that they were having, wait. The argument that they were having was like Anthony lets white people say whatever, and he be in those white spaces, modern those white spaces, and he lets white people say whatever the fuck they want, right?
Can we be a little more specific?
Well, Gemini can be more specific because I was.
Well, he's never seen racism here, like, let's be honest.
Hold on. Let Gemini talk about it, because I don't remember what the whole argument was.
Quinn, I guess before I got there, Quinn had been going back and forth with him.
in regards.
They be going back and forth since this morning.
Yeah, I didn't know
But
that.
Quinn, I'm sorry. Quinn and Anthony have been going back and forth, and then Gemini. I don't know how you got into it, but you came.
No, Quinn came into this room asking us, "Hey, what room he be talking crazy in?" That's when we said healthy debates. That's when Gemini and him went back that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
And then at first he was like, "Oh, I don't be with racist white people." And then Gemini is like, "Yes, you do. Here are the names," because he was trying to say that certain people aren't racist. But then I forgot what else, Gemini.
So then, basically, he tried to say that he wasn't at his phone during those exchanges. He's like, "Yo, I'll be in the room sometime, but I don't be by the phone. If I hear it, I'll give a rebuttal. But if I don't hear it, I can't help that I didn't hear them talking anything racist while I was there." You know what I mean? So that was his comeback for as to why he'll sit on certain stages and hear them going back and forth saying racial things or racially charged things and not stepping up or saying anything in defense. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. If somebody say that, that's a plausible out. Because I know sometimes I'm in here, but I'm not in here. You know what I mean? Like I'm away from my phone. I come back, hey, what's the recap? What happened?
But Gemini, so if we were talking about dildos for an hour, right? And you weren't by your phone and you were like working, whatever, and you heard like we having a deep conversation about dildos, I'm pretty sure you would leave the fucking room.
Right.
Right? Because why would you be in a conversation about something that maybe made you feel uncomfortable? Right?
Right.
So that's what. So that is just an excuse. You know what I'm saying?
I believe so because he got real mad at Quinn and then threw him out. But I think he threw Quinn out because he couldn't debate with him. You understand what I'm saying? I think Quinn was going at him a certain way where he just felt pinned. You know what I mean? Like, because the way he started cursing him out, like we usually have heated debates in there without the personal attacks. Like we'll go back and forth all day. You know, like different points of view. Like, nah, that's bullshit. That's cool shit. And then we'll just have that debate. But today he started going at Quinn in a way where it's like, okay, you're being super antagonistic. Like you don't want to have this discussion. You want to have an argument because the debate is not going your way. That's the way I felt anyway.
And I remember that a lot of it was centered at first around the use of Pepe or something like that, using the N-word directly.
And he said that doesn't bother him. He said that doesn't bother me. I had that debate. And I was like, nah, when somebody's saying that type of thing, if they're calling me an N-word or whatever, like, there's no trying to explain to them why I'm not. I'm just going to go on mute, and if I catch you, I'm going to stretch you. Like, there's nothing else to talk about. I'm not going to try to debate hate. Like, there's no
lying.
He probably does hear it, but if you don't admit it, you can't combat that. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. So, and he has no problem with the Caucasian person. Well, I don't see. I have to make all kind of other. I don't know. I'm trying to set it up right when it's probably not even set to be set up. But just the fact that he knows that a person who is non-African is calling him a nigga, he's okay with that. I mean, because I hear it in the streets, and I've learned to change my hearing when I'm around a lot of young people, because I know they use it, all nationalities, all ethnic groups, they all use it, interchangeably among themselves, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree. And I'm hearing it, I say, you guys need to stop. And you stop calling each other, because somebody gonna get knocked the fuck out. But they're like, no, we all cool and everything. But does he mean like that? I'm not understanding what he's talking about. Because he's the only old black man I know who will allow somebody to call him nigga and don't have a problem with it.
First, he doesn't mean it that way. He's talking about the hard R. We're talking about nigger, not nigga, right? And outside of that, I've seen black dudes that allow that. And I've told this story before. I don't know if it was in here, but I have a friend named Martin. And he had a friend that he grew up with, I guess. He's from Florida originally, like everybody else in Cali from somewhere else. But he had a white guy that he was real cool with that he allowed to say the word. The first time I met the white boy, he said it. I told him, like, yo, don't be saying that around me, bro. Like, I'm not cool with you. I don't know you like that. Martin tried, hey, man, that's the homie. Like, nah, bro, I'm going to fold him. He said that again, my spot, I'm fold him. And if you jump in, I'm going to fold you. Like, that's where I'm at with it. So that was our understanding. He knew where I was. So they didn't do it around me. However, we went to the club downtown. We go to the club. When we go to the club, the white boy says it. When the white boy says it, about 3 black dudes jump him immediately. What did Martin do? Stood to the side. He let it happen the whole time. Like, you didn't got him comfortable, and now he getting jumped, and you sitting there watching him get stumped out, waiting on the club security to run over.
He's gonna get folded too.
Gemini, do you know T. Lee and Terrence Martin and them?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Okay, that's my boys.
That's funny.
T. Lee, Terrence Martin, Kendrick. Yo, that happened with them. We may know the same people.
That's funny.
That's crazy, bro. We're gonna have to talk on the back channel.
Yeah,
That's
we will.
crazy.
Yeah.
I'm down in LA, by the way, right now.
Yeah, me too. Me too, right now.
I know you live down here, so yeah, I'm down here with those guys. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm just saying that. So even that version of the word can get you in a situation. And I noticed, like, when it happened, he didn't want no parts of it. None. He calling club security, so I guess that's semi-helping. But that's not helping why he getting stomped out. And I definitely didn't help him because I already told him how I felt from the jump. He wanted to keep saying it, that's on you. But what Anthony was talking about was he's okay with them saying that around him because he's not easily triggered and he has emotional intelligence, if you will, and that what he'll do is he'll start to persuade them with words and show them how, like he's not that, and he'll articulate himself in a way where they'll comprehend where he's coming from, and eventually he's going to pierce their racist armor and appeal to their emotions. I'm like, I'm not trying to go through none of that. Once somebody is standing on that side of the fence and they have enough hate in their heart to articulate themselves in that manner, fuck them. That's a hard fuck you for me at that point. I'm not trying to explain to you why I'm not a nigger. Are you fucking serious? So yeah, that was part of the conversation.
And he's not Black American either. So it is different. And he just distances himself from Black Americans.
Technically, you can say that about me too. My father's from Panama originally, and his father's from Jamaica originally.
Gemini, you different though.
No, allow that though.
Was Anthony born in America though?
Yeah, he was born in Brooklyn.
Okay, well then there you go. I mean, he has all that sort of.
We can't give him that out. I'm just saying that so we can't give him no excuse, Andre. I just don't give him that excuse. I don't think that's an out. You know what I mean? Because I'm born here just like he was born here first gen. And I know good and real what I identify as, always have, grew up in an all-black community. If you look at the pictures of my family reunions, there's not a white person there, not one. So how can you not identify with your people and who they are? Like, I don't understand that.
And also, the specific case that was given was Pepe. And we all know Pepe is
racist as fuck.
He's an aggressor, right?
He initiates, and he's not passive aggressive. He's just straight aggressive. Especially if he's in a space where he feels like he have a little camaraderie, a little support. Then you'll really see the Pepe that I know. But he's also not that intelligent. Like, the more you have an in-depth conversation with Pepe, the more you start to catch it. Like, you're not that fucking smart. Surface level, yeah. In-depth, fuck no. Really not.
But most racists are not smart.
I agree.
Yeah, rational.
What up, Ashton?
What up? How's everybody doing?
Good, brother.
Hey, Haitian.
Hey, what's good?
Haitian, they was asking about you, brother. And, just glad to let you
We miss you around here. So, Gemini and Deborah were the tag team that we didn't know we needed, but we did need them. It was actually Quinn and Gemini first, and then, Quinn got moved to the goose, so it was Gemini and Deborah, and they were dragging Anthony. That was the content for today.
So, are you saying that Anthony is what do we say? Anthony is a coon, or what is he now? What are we doing?
He's a baboon coon. Yeah, he's a real one too.
Because when Anthony comes in 420, he's a whole different animal. So I guess he has different personas and platforms or whatever for whatever room he goes into. Is that what we're saying?
For the wood, he has to be a certain way.
Sure.
You gotta understand in the wood, like, that's a pro-black space. No whites are allowed in the audience. No whites are allowed on the stage.
Oh, what?
That's crazy.
The wood.
Y'all think
I
I'm
didn't know
playing?
that.
What space is that?
Y'all think I'm joking? I'm not joking right now.
Yeah, no, I know. Then I'll tell you what room do I have?
I didn't know.
It's the wood and bottle service, both of them. They're two
Oh,
houses.
I'm gonna change my PTR going your way.
Do it. But yeah, so
Wow.
in that space, he's gonna be completely like he already knows, you know. It's a pro-black space. You can't go in there. So he's like, man, that's what I'm talking about. You know, like I never would let no white person talk to me like that. I would. So that's the rhetoric you would hear in there from him. But we see in other spaces that kind of like very lenient and not the same energy.
Yeah, like when he was having his wife in there, maybe we should play that clip.
Wait, who was that girl? Who was Anthony's back girl in that room?
Mimi?
Huh?
Mimi's drunk ass chick in Vegas drunk. Nah, that's Mimi.
She was a root to boy.
And then Trent tapped in. That was a whole thing too.
Like if that wasn't Mimi that was talking to me crazy like that, y'all would have heard a different Gemini. I would have banged on her. But that's Mimi being drunk, so I just let Mimi do what Mimi does.
Right. She was sorry. Yeah, she didn't even make sense.
She said, Anthony, that's my brother.
Did she tell us shit?
Whatever he says.
But yeah, that was they still haven't the title is funny. It says Ask a MAGA nigga. That's the current title. It says Ask a MAGA nigga. No, it says Ask MAGA niggas. It has a little ninjas with the S. It says Ask MAGA niggas. Did the big beautiful bill help black people?
Oh my God.
That's a good
Did it
title.
help him? That's a good question.
She called it the big black beautiful.
So many.
I don't think they heard nothing.
Some of the MAGAs.
I don't think we were even the intended target. I don't think most bills are intended for a racial group. I think it's for a different demographic. You need to look at it from a classist mindset because that's the way it was structured.
Absolutely, 100%.
Lower, middle, you know, the elite. Then you could start talking about large corporations. I think if you're putting those lenses on, then you will have a lot more accurate viewpoint of, you know, now analyzing it.
Well, when it comes to college Pell Grants, you know, I know a lot. I know I took a Pell Grant, a 2 or 3 or 4, out before. I know the higher education portion, as far as if anyone wants to get a graduate degree, get a law degree, get a doctor, become a medical doctor, get a doctorate, any of those degrees, you're going to be very, very restricted. You're only going to get up to $100,000 for undergrad, so that means HBCUs. I know those are like a lot of them are more expensive, so you're going to have to work with a private lender. And good luck with that, because your interest rate is going to be a lot more. So it does put a burden on people trying to move up, for sure. And that's definitely going to affect the black community. Like Lisa, were you able to get a Pell Grant for your kids this year? Like, I don't know if you could apply for any of that stuff, but I know they're making it more difficult.
That's a negative.
My daughter got it.
No, I did not.
Oh, good. At least your daughter got it, so that's good. Awesome sauce.
I'm gonna tell y'all, UCLA is not cheap. It is not cheap.
But it's a great school, so congrats to her.
No, it is. The alumni network is incredible. But it's not cheap.
But a lot of these effects won't be here until 2026. So remember, we got the midterms we got to worry about. And so the Republicans did this on purpose so they wouldn't kick in until 2026. So we might not really see a lot of the damage until fall
2027 also.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a bloodbath, but he's waiting until the midterms, man. These motherfuckers are sneaky as hell. And they know people are dumb as fuck reading at a sixth grade reading level. And so that's what we have. But the wood is probably a recorded room, right?
No.
Yeah, I don't think it was recorded.
And then when they go in there, Anthony, even today, like the new room we just made, Anthony was like, "Hey, make sure we turn the replays off because they were on initially. You don't want them on."
Oh.
Y'all running all the maggots off of the Clubhouse. Now they're all on X. So it's hard to have a room about maggots, especially black maggots.
TC came in, and I've never seen
on
that
the school
before.
tuition. On the school tuition side, I think in California, pretty much a lot of people can get more tuition paid at UC and CSU schools. CSU would be the California State University schools, and UC, University of California, like Berkeley and UCLA.
How you do that?
Say? You heard me come off mic. I'm like, what did you just say?
Yeah, so in California, a lot of students, many in-state students receive full tuition coverage under grants from UC and CSU, So I don't know where your kids are going to school, but that's, CSU is kind of easy to transfer into.
What is CSU?
So Cal State Hayward, you ever heard of them?
All the state schools.
Yeah, they're state schools.
I haven't heard that about tuition. You gotta explain that to me.
Similar to New
Hey,
York.
so you gonna open up, or we gotta open a new room? 'Cause this room been open since early.
She said she's gonna open up when the cable guy leaves.
I have a cable guy right here. Emergency situation with my unit. I have to wait till he finishes fixing it, so you guys can hang out for a few minutes or.
Yeah, we can.
What the hell? Shut up! You guys heard the cable man in here, and y'all like, oh, put her on mute. We better tell her our business. I don't know what's going on here.
Man, I looked out the room for a second and I couldn't find y'all. That's why I was like, yeah, this room.
All right, same here. I gotta find somebody in the room and then join them.
Yeah, so it's like either you find the house, go to the house, or because I just was like looking search. Yeah, you're in the
That's a fact.
That's weird because this room pops up for me at the very top. Oh, is it because I'm in it?
Yeah.
So when you come out of it, like come out the room and then search going down, we're at the very, very bottom. It's really hard.
Yeah, it did take me a while to find
When you're in the room, it's always at the top.
Yeah, or if you come right out, you'll still see it at the top, but if you refresh, it'll bring it all the way down.
Hey, have y'all talked about the Dodgers? The suit by not the suit, but the complaint being filed by what's his name? Stephen Miller.
Does that got anything to do with the ice? Or
no, it has to do with them saying that they still have DEI in place, and now they're going to the equal employment opportunity. I forget the name of it. It's the EEOC. Yep.
Well, I mean, they do have their number one fucking player in the motherfucking world is Japanese and don't fucking speak 3 words of English.
how's that
They're
working?
talking about the action like this, like the stadium, like the workers, like the hiring, not just the team. They're talking about the facility.
What they call them, the concession or whatever they call them.
Yeah, they're saying that they have programs that are not favorable to white people, basically.
I can't make it
I know it's time to look it up. Look it up real quick and then get back to me and tell me I'm not making it up.
Is that the word is today?
So I wonder, June, I wonder if stadiums don't employ, they use outside companies for that. Like
They use those gig workers, right?
Yeah.
They use the gig workers like Morello and stuff.
Like Sodexo and what's the other one? You know, talking about the third-party companies. Most of them.
Blue Crew. Blue Crew, Wanelo, and the other one. That's in the north, you know.
Yeah, I wonder, Gemini, if they're gonna start going after all major companies.
Costco. I'm surprised they haven't hit Costco yet.
Well, I know private companies could do these.
My bad, Haitian. I mean, go ahead, brother.
Nah, other companies like Meta still has programs like that. So,
Yeah, but Meta's gonna drop all that shit quick because Zuckerberg just he doesn't like.
that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering when
Yeah, they're gonna be there first. Apple's gonna be the bastion. You know, when Apple does it, that's when they all gonna fold.
Yeah, I agree.
I got it.
What were you gonna say, Haitian?
I'm just listening to them.
I wonder the same thing, Haitian. I'm curious because this is really the first one I've heard about. You know, is the Dodger.
What about the Dodgers?
Paul Mitchell filed a claim against them, a complaint against them, a DEI related complaint against them to be specific, saying that they still have DEI in place, and that is not fair. I said to white people, but he's saying it's not fair as far as equal opportunity. It goes against everything that's been recently established by Trump and his executive order.
The Dodgers?
The Dodgers.
I'm sorry.
All out of the hood.
So the Dodgers. So this is relative. This is really important for the Dodger history, right? Because of the Jackie Robinson, right? Even though he was in New York at the time before they moved, right? They represent, right, blacks in sports.
Let me read this, right? It says the AFL filed a federal civil rights complaint with the EEOC against the Dodgers and their owner, Guggenheim Partners. It alleges that the team's DEI programs constitute unlawful discrimination, quote, engaging in unlawful discrimination under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion, end of quote, citing the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. The complaint targets programs aimed at Asian, Black, Latino, and women employees, plus business resource groups. That's the complaint.
They saying they have too many Hispanics. What's the roster?
I'm confused how they can be sued when there's still civil rights laws, right?
I'm confused in the whole thing. And this is Stephen Miller, though, but
It sounds
Yeah,
like
there's Stephen Miller. He has a group. What's the name?
I think this is just propaganda because you can sue all fucking day, but legally Title VII still exists.
It's not a suit. It's a complaint. It's a federal civil rights complaint with the EEOC.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. It could be a complaint. It could be a complaint, but even with a complaint, Title VII still exists.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just telling you what.
No, I'm talking about. I think that they're doing propaganda. They're just doing it to be like.
Just to say we did it.
Yeah, because they're gonna have to prove. Are they using some type of quotas or something? Because outside of that, Title VII still exists when it comes to legalities, right? Yes or no? Yeah, right. So, when it comes to race, sex, color, religion, all the other shit, national origin, that still exists. And when you're looking at, Title VII, it's all about promoting training and the actions of hiring when it comes to civil rights. So you can EEOC complain all you want, but as long as they're not going against Section 1981 or Title VII and they're all within federal civil rights laws, there's nothing they can do other than just fucking make a big shit show for white people or white men.
Gemini.
Oh, hey. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Does it say when they filed a complaint?
No, but I can look that up. But this article does say one more thing that makes it more interesting, Haitian. It says, this complaint is part of a larger MAGA-led effort challenging DEI across corporations built on a Trump-era DOJ shift, focusing on, quote, anti-white racism claims. It said it occurred soon after the Dodgers, A, denied ICE access to their stadium parking lots, and B, pledged $1 million to support families affected by ICE raids in LA.
Yeah, so even though they filed that EEOC complaint, right, it still has to be accepted based on the guidelines. Now, yes, I know it's their administration, but they still have to be able to accept it based on the criteria. So anyone could basically put a fucking claim in, like Patty was saying, but if it doesn't meet the EEOC complaints, then it's going to get kicked back, or should be kicked back.
Right.
And then it should go to, if it does get accepted, then the first step is mediation. And then if mediation doesn't work, then they would have to see if a court would even accept it for the EEOC court.
That makes sense.
And they're gonna have to prove some type of non-discriminatory job-related type or whatever. This is a fucking show for white men. That's it. This is not gonna be an easy, now if they have something on paper showing quotas, that's different. And I really doubt that anybody does that or is stupid enough to do that as a business, right? Everybody has legal teams when they have their business, or they have some type of lawyer. So this is a fucking show.
So, and the Bay, some of the big moves I saw made recently was Mel laid off thousands of workers, right? Most of them were DEI associated kind of thing, and they are also in HR, but more importantly, across the board, we've seen impacts with ERGs. That stands for Employee Resource Groups. So black ERGs are a good thing in the tech industry. One is called the Intuit African Ancestry Network, and that's with MailChimp, right? They do a lot of events out there. So what MailChimp did was they decreased the funding for those events. So that was essentially like cutting off the head and the hands that can feed the organization. EA Games also has one, but they seem to be intact. But workforce is something that is for HR companies, right? It's technology for HR companies, and their team is called the 10th, like the 10th, the Black 10th, and they had their fundings completely. I don't know if it officially was all cut off, but it was significantly, and they used to have kids come in from different schools to visit and learn more about how they did the job, including how other companies, they would connect them to all these different companies in the technology industry. So, and this also translates to internships. These were paid for from funds from ERG events, but now those funds are no longer available.
So that's what I was saying about the programs, right? So my nephew, a couple months back, he was in Chicago doing the program with Meta. He goes to A&T, so students from over there, so I wonder if they got to cut that shit out. But that was the whole thing to place them with jobs as well once they graduate.
Yeah, because the ERGs were there, not only so the HR had, the quotas and stuff like that to try to hire people, but the yields to keep people with the jobs and the cultural, appropriation, whatever you want to call it, to get them acclimated to the culture of Silicon Valley and their identity was done through the ERGs. So what they're thinking, I know at Workforce, I know people there, and I had students that were connected to that, they're thinking they're going to have to do more volunteer work. So they won't be able to afford the nice technology bus that picks the kids up all from a central location from these different cities. Now they're going to have to, you know what I'm saying? It really puts a big load on the employees.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about, Alf?
I'm talking about the employee resource groups. So they got black employee resource groups, and so
how do you go from him talking about the Dodgers to you talking about something?
Because the Dodgers they're suffering right from the.
So it actually said, so it is a shit show. It's a fucking it said the EEOC complaint alleges Dodgers conduct DEI hiring based on race, sex, color, but they can't prove who is harmed. Under Title VII, and that's what I was talking about earlier. Under Title VII, the plaintiff must show they were personally disadvantaged by these policies. No proof of disadvantage. Legal threshold for reverse discrimination. It says The courts allow broad employer discretion in recruitment and creating employee resource groups as long as explicit quotas, that's what we were talking about earlier, quotas aren't enforced. So this is a circus. It's just something to put out there to make it seem like they're fucking on. Because when y'all was talking about that shit, I was like, dude, like civil rights still exist. I get it. They want to fucking show off or whatever, but if there's no quotas, Title VII still exists. 1981
That's why I wanted to tell you guys about it, because I thought it was crazy.
Yeah.
But outside of that, to go back to what you said about Title VII, Stephen Miller actually referenced that, right? And he says they're enforcing Title VII. I'm reading now. Discrimination based on race, color, and sex is always wrong, even if they use the friendliest inclusion terminology. So that's the way he's trying to include Title VII.
So they are also saying that the AFL has done this in the past, and those cases were dismissed because the plaintiff has to show that they suffered some type of direct negative impact, and they're talking about cases from Meta and Amazon.
No, you're right. I looked up their approval rating of the complaints. What do you think it is? I'm gonna tell you, but what do you think it is?
Maybe 25%.
16.
Alright, I have some I have some breaking news. We could definitely go back to that, but I just wanted to give you an update, because this is as of 5 minutes. 51 dead in Texas flood as search for missing grows more dire. At least 15 children were among those killed by flooding in central Texas. Some 24 girls from a camp in the Guadalupe River remain unaccounted for. So
yeah, we talked about that this morning and last night. It's sad. I think they were arguing about the flash floods. Wasn't the argument the flash floods? Noah.
Giving enough notice.
And then they blamed them for not giving them enough notice. No, what was played this morning? Didn't they blame Noah behind this?
So the Texas authorities blame the National Weather Service, but it's unclear whether this can. But they did give an alert. They're saying the alert wasn't an adequate alert because the alert said 4 to 6 inches, and it was actually 26 inches worth of rain.
Exact. That's what it was.
But it was at night, so it's not even sure if a better alert would have saved these people. The alert came at 8. I don't know if maybe it was lights out already or they were getting ready for bed. I don't know if a greater alert would have, they would have taken that into account.
Well, let's put ourselves in their shoes, right? Like you're going to bed, you get a text, flash flood alert, 3 to 4 inches. Oh, ain't shit, I'm going to bed, right? Like you're not thinking about the camp. You're like, oh, there's gonna rain tonight. Okay, it's devastating.
So I would think that a camp would have certain things in place for emergency purposes, right?
Have certain protocols.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah, I agree.
You just can't sleep. You just can't sleep through alerts, especially if your camp has protocols for the alert. And there's always should be everybody at the camp should not be asleep. There should be somebody who is maybe on duty to watch out. Everybody shouldn't be knocked out cold because anybody can just walk up on these campsites. So they have to be aware of the alerts, aware of any fires or whatever. This is a tragedy here. I'm not understanding how it all went down.
When I was in the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, whatever, they had a 24-hour watch duty, and sometimes you was able to be on it. Yeah.
their airspace and shut off the internet completely. So for like 5% of the country right now. I don't know what's about to pop off there, but prepare for something.
Like, y'all keep talking about the whole Gemini thing.
Iran saying civilian safety is currently at risk. That's why they're shutting down the airspace.
What did Water just say? Is something wrong with my phone? I'm not getting any of this.
There is a lot of news coming down the pipeline. Jesus Christ, all this war. But Iran basically shut down their airspace.
Okay, go ahead, Water.
Alright. So, just rewind this. It says, Iran shuts down airspace, stating that civilian safety is currently at risk. In the past hour, they cleared out its airspace, just like they did 2 weeks ago, whenever the launch strikes from Israel came, issued the same statement. Also, at the same time, the internet in Iran has been totally cut off, with only 5% of the entire country being connected to the internet. Saying that likely government officials, they're just preparing.
Preparing for what?
Israel never stopped banging on Gaza, so, I mean, Daddy's gonna have to,
Oh, wait. I've been out. Where have I been? Have I been someplace I wasn't aware I was gone? What happened to the ceasefire?
It stopped. It stopped between Iran and Israel. It never stopped between Israel and Gaza.
Oh, okay. Oh, the other war. Okay.
Right. The first war, right. And that's the whole reason why they started the second one, was to keep expanding quietly. Hopefully they can keep it out the news. But you can't stop this shit, even on Instagram. Zuckerberg can't even stop this shit. It's incredible. And then, did y'all hear that dumbass Musk started the America Party?
I heard a little bit about it.
Yeah.
America First Party.
At one point they said that about MAGA, right? And now they're in control.
Well, isn't it ironic though? It takes
this
is a South African that's saying he's the America Party,
Hey, but who's gonna join that party? I'm like, what type of people?
I'm ready to make. I don't know, but I'm ready to make an.
Anthony likes it.
Call it the American. We should call it the American, because that's just poor punctuation.
Anthony like
He does.
On the rally.
If Anthony's there, I'm on the opposite. I'll tell you right now.
Maybe he can hold a clubhouse rally for the New American Party.
Clubhouse rally is crazy.
For real. No, you said Anthony like it.
He does.
It's crazy.
He really does.
I feel like Anthony is smiling
I don't even know what Anthony's doing 90% of the time. I think he's just doing all this to be performative. Him and TC, they just, something not right about their whole stance on just about everything. If it's controversial, let me be on the opposite.
They're on the opposite side, yeah.
Right.
You know, it's craziest thing, Lisa's a TC popped up into the wood today for the first time ever that I've seen.
Wow.
That's what I said. I'm like, man, that's weird.
Y'all think they have a future in politics, and that's why they trolling hard in the paint everywhere?
I think they got a little secret conglomeration. I think you got Anthony, TC, Trent, they're working together.
They're
You can
working
throw a Manfinity in there. Throw a Manfinity in there. You can throw a Matt in there.
I was
Mac and
gonna
Matt.
say throw Matt, because Matt shows
You
up
know what? In
the-
real life,
the
TC
prime
wouldn't
of
even
the
fuck
time.
with. TC wouldn't even fuck with. What's his name? Anthony. TC think he's something special.
Oh,
He
he's
just.
a partner.
You know he wouldn't fuck with him. He be trying to be under the right, but you know what I'm talking about. The type of people he try to be under, Lisa.
Yep, and I listened to that replay on. You listen to that replay, Lisa, with him getting.
Yeah. No, the one you were supposed to be hosting. I mean, silly lady.
Oh, I didn't even get a chance to look. I got your messages in the back, but you're supposed to be telling JB whenever.
Oh, he said he sees your account. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he said that we can call him on three-way next time you get locked out, and he'll give you his number.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right.
But I was like, I'm not just giving out your number. You're gonna have to give it to us. Put me out there.
Hey, I will throw you under that bus. She gave it to me. Why are you mad at me? Okay. I forgot what I was just getting ready to say to you guys. Oh my God, I need to mute up.
Y'all, he's about to have a room with what's the other dude's name? Cohen.
Oh Jesus. Chatter.
Yeah.
Your story checks out. Yeah.
What do y'all think about
like the
Chatter?
Fox
What's your
News
take
now.
on it? Do you think it has a future as far as being out on that platform or not really?
It's gonna stay the beta. It's the Fox News.
It's not beta no more.
It ain't
Hasn't
got
been
no.
beta for a minute, water.
No, I'm just saying like the whole vibe. You feel me? Like there's a bunch of beta.
Yeah, Mel, you need to come over there too, cause he knows who all is who all is our main mods. Hopefully, if you don't want to, you ain't got to, babe. When he does the money,
I like Chatter. I'm the one who's trying to get y'all to come to Chatter at least once a week.
I think.
But I don't know these people. Like, I don't be knowing who people are and their history and shit like that. I don't be knowing nothing. But I did have I don't know. I was on Chatter for a bit and I kind of liked it. I was in this room where they would stream like scary movies.
Oh yeah.
And then you just go in there and watch scary movies with people. It was like the month of Halloween, and so every day this girl was Angie's work.
I'll be over there on my burner.
She would stream a different scary movie. And I met this girl in person, so I know who she is. Angie's World.
Yeah.
Italian chick.
Angie.
Yeah. I met her in person. Yeah, she knows a lot of people that I know here.
Well, you probably know my homegirl Zaina then.
No, Zaina.
Yeah, her and Angie be together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She was in that room. What New York sounds like.
She doesn't really get on these apps like that.
Okay. Because I met Angie on What New York Sounds Like. That's how I met Angie, and so she would be here in those rooms, and we had one of our homegirls in the room that died. And it's like, even the people that didn't really fuck with each other, everybody fucked with this particular person. So we were all at the funeral, we were all at, like, a lot of us went to her mom's house in Connecticut. Like, we were kind of, trauma bonding, I guess.
Common enemy.
Yeah, I think Angie got her on Chatter. Got her on Chatter like that. Zeta. I tried to get her on Clubhouse. She's one of the she's the one that I got as my one of the Z Ali. She's the one I got as the first mod. Just in case I ever get clipped on this bitch. So I go to her.
lot of people off those New York rooms. A lot of argument. Yeah. It's kind of the New York room got kind of crazy. Anywho.
I know Lisa and that goddamn cable guy doing more than fucking hooking up her cable, cause that nigga been in the house too goddamn long.
Man, she getting that.
Not hooking up cable, just hooking up.
She getting.
You know what? You know.
Motherfucker, rookie, been in that long.
Lisa getting all the action. She got
He getting to lay cable, and now he laying pipe.
You're not
He's trying to stay there a long time.
You know what? Listen, I just opened through on my cellular data because it's not inside here. It's not inside the actual unit. It is where what they used to call the telephone cabinet. No one ever has lines anymore in a home. I guess, I don't know. People still have house phones. But anyway, that's where the cables are in there.
I kind of wanted to know. Oh, I'm sorry. You were done.
No, I'm done.
I just want to know, Patty, what was the most explosive? Because I had to leave last night. What was the most explosive shit you heard from the room yesterday with Harness, left Harness?
Or the day before? Oh my god. Yeah, I want to play it in this room. I told him we were gonna play it in the room. And he
I tried to go to the replay, but I can't. It doesn't play for me.
So he doesn't have Lev. He doesn't have the whole interview with Lev up yet. The whole interview is not going to come out until next week because he's like trying to.
Okay.
So he's calling it like season 3. So, I told him we wanted to play it. I was asking for it that day when we were trying to look for it, and he said I ain't put it up yet. He was like, I'm vacation right now. But, he said it'll be up next week. And we'll play it then. But y'all hear that shit? Y'all are gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, this shit sounds like, you know how you watch a movie? Like, the dude was talking about, like, there's like, oh, so it was ran like the mafia? He was like, yeah, just like the mafia. He was like, he even said, and he knows, because of his experience working in the White House, he knows that it's even worse now. Because, like, he talked to Jeff Sessions supposed to be in prison. When you hear the shit that he says that Jeff Sessions was involved in, supposed to be in prison. They have text messages, everything. Trump supposed to be in prison. Like, this shit, oh man, it's just sad. And all the people, like, there's so many people that came out. I know all the generals that work for him has already said that he's crooked. And he's a danger to our democracy. But this motherfucker, when Lev was telling the business, it was a mess.
Damn.
Hey, what was that? Oh, my bad, go ahead.
No, I was just saying his son says all the time that they target him all the time because they're trying to get him to stop posting news articles, because he does the news. But he says he has a target on his back. Go ahead.
No, I just want to ask Pat, that dude, what's his name? Malcolm Nance?
Yeah, Malcolm Nance.
What was he talking about when he was mentioning that Trump is building, or they're building like a secret police? What is that?
I don't think he's talking. I think it was a kind of exaggeration. I think he's just talking about using a paramilitary. It's like using the military as a police. Period.
Okay.
Which is, it's not an exaggeration because he is trying to use the military.
Because he was making it seem like they were using funds to build this. Like, that's what he made it sound like. He said there's if you see the amount of funds that they're using to build the secret police, that's what he said.
I don't know. Maybe he's talking about the additional funding that's going to Homeland Security. So so check this shit out, y'all. Do you know in this bill, Homeland Security, which consists of 70,000 personnel, is getting more money than the United States Army, which has, we have up to 500,000 people.
Damn.
Now let that sink in. And this is for fucking domestic, where we have local law enforcement, we have federal law enforcement, as well as Homeland Security, ICE, all this. They're giving more money to these motherfuckers to lock up some people than they're giving fucking boot on ground soldiers that are. And you know what one dumbass dude said in that room? He was like, he said, it ain't like we're going to war anymore. They don't need that much money. Bitches, you stupid.
Oh my God.
We still deployed. People don't even realize that soldiers are still fucking deployed. They're deployed in fucking Africa. They're deployed in fucking Asian countries. Soldiers are fucking. We're still in the fucking Middle East. We're still in Iraq. The only place that we've 100% came out of is fucking Afghanistan. We're in Qatar. We're in Bahrain. We're in Jordan. We're in we're every fucking where. Like there's rotations. These motherfuckers are paying Homeland Security more money than they're paying the United States Army.
That's crazy work. But why are they still only deporting 300 people a day average? It didn't cost that much money to deport under the so what are they using? They need those needs to get in there because they didn't use that much money in the past administrations to deport even more people than what they're doing now.
But if you think about it, this is a multiple prong approach. The people that are working for ICE, at the DHS, they are not only going to be very strong voting for Trump, right? They're also going to be posting on social media. They basically now the new social media influencers. Because I never in my life saw ICE post videos. So these people are posting videos of all the shit they're doing. So it's like more exposure on social media through all these people that he's hiring. I don't know. This shit is scary, bro.
I agree.
Wait until y'all hear Lev's interview. I sound so paranoid. But when I was listening to the interview, I was like, what the fuck is going on with the government? And then, like, not only that, when you see what appropriations look like if you actually work with the government, if you see if you work with money, so I work with money, when you see how money is being directed from one account to another, knowing that your budget only allows you to spend X amount of dollars, and the legal way that they're doing it is by bleeding it out, right? So let's say, for example, I'm gonna give you an example. So if you know every month you only can spend, let's say you have like, out of my paycheck, I'm only gonna spend $300 on my electricity and that's it. If you only spend the $300 on electricity, and you say, I'm not gonna pay any other bills even though I have the money, this is what the government's doing. We're going to shift all the money to electricity. So electricity is going to be overpaid. So at the end of the year, you're going to get that check back. But what happens is, because we moved money to certain accounts, where certain things has to be approved, only so much is being spent, at the end of the fiscal year, if you don't spend that money, it goes back to the treasury. But it also readjusts your budget. So if you only spent that $300, and you've already put like $7,000 in that account, and you get your check back for $6,700, it's going back to your treasury, and they're gonna say, you know what, we're readjusting it. So your books for the following year, what you get appropriated from Congress is only gonna be that $300. So it's gonna bleed everything else out. So everything else you need for that department, whether it's FEMA, it's Department of Education, those things are going to slowly bleed out in funding. And I think that's how they're trying to get rid of the agencies, since you can't just outright get rid of an agency.
Oh, that's crazy. So they just, so they're just gonna have money.
These are looters, basically. So they will get rid of all this stuff. They weren't able to get rid of Job Corps, right? Because but they're gonna be like, oh, there's no more money for Job Corps. What do you mean? And all this other program.
But you know what? Job Corps was a Democrat and a Republican issue because they never. So yeah, ultimately Republicans got rid of it, but they were spending on a deficit, right? They were spending on a deficit, and nobody in Congress increased the money to go towards Job Corps. So I don't know. I think it's both parties at fault.
This is like gonna be a mess to clean up. Who knows? That's why I'm like, how? This is very frustrating. This is very frustrating.
It is. And you know what's so crazy, right? Sometimes they'll ask me to approve certain shit, like try to work in the gray area, and I'd be like, fuck no. You signed this motherfucker. Like, I'd be sounding like a Trump. Like, I'm Team Trump, but no, bitch, I'm not Team Trump. I'm just not going to jail. Cause and I know that we have the funding. I just know I can't sign off on anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna have my signature on there.
Wow, for Dr. AG, you're back, and Mel, you're back. We were talking about that Lev Arnis interview yesterday. I don't know. I missed a lot of the conversation, so Patty was like trying to catch me up. But he's gonna release the interview, I guess next week or something, so we can listen to it.
The one from the chatter room?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So when he released it, we'll play it in here. But y'all are gonna be like, what the hell? Well, Dr. AG probably. Well, no, you're not. You know how some people go too far and you be like, nah, you're going too far. We still have laws in place. This shit is like, did we have laws? What's going on?
That whole operation was crazy.
That's hilarious, Patty.
It's like, fuck the Constitution. Fuck the judiciary branch. Fuck the legislative branch. This is what the fuck we gonna do. And all this shit happening
Fever dream.
at the highest level.
This is really making me sick to my stomach.
But he's talking about what he's talking about is the first administration. So imagine how fucking murky it is right now, and he got all his loyalists in place. It's just, perhaps. Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, you open?
I can do it right now. I'm just gonna use my my cell data. Where's the dude?
What, do you want some kind of plan or some shit?
I'm just saying.
At least we get 2 gigabytes a month. What's going on?
If the guy just had to plug in the power, why is it not working now? I'm confused.
Yeah, because he said, I didn't say plug.
He's trying to come back to the house tomorrow.
Pulled out. Pulled.
He's trying to come back to the house tomorrow.
No. No, he's all 5'2". No. Okay, so let me go ahead, you guys. So, I don't know what's going to be going on.
Put it in chat so we can pin it at the top.
Let me tell you, I had a mover that was 5'2", and that motherfucker could carry some shit, okay? I was shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked. Like, I'm in a 4th floor walk up, and that motherfucker was carrying a dresser downstairs and shit. Like, he had this little belt thingy, and he was carrying. I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, you could too with the belt thingy.
I don't know. I don't do that. No.
See, welcome to the.
I'm not a single mom. Single mom be doing a lot. I'm not about that life.
And you know what? My daughter be helping me too. She be like, my back gonna be bad when I get old.
I call thumbtack, and then you bid on the price for shit. Be like, oh, can you do it for 40? Can you do it for 50? You could bid multiple people. I get the price down. I get it taken care of. I lived in, this is like the second walk up I live in. I'm not lifting a fucking pinky.
No, no, no. So I'll pay if we're moving, but if it's like moving stuff around in my house, oh no, but that's for cheap. Yeah.
You guys try to get the family price? You try to get the family price?
Yeah, like
get that discount.
Yeah, it usually like I used to live underneath a rug store, and I would just get one of the guys from the rug store to come, and I would give him $20 and do a bunch of shit for me, that type of thing. But that or go if last resort go to Thumbtack and find somebody on Thumbtack. But I don't like manual labor is not for me. Although I've painted entire apartments, and the last time I painted, no, painting apartments fucking work. I painted the apartment. I basically packed up our entire apartment, moved, and my fucking arm was fucked up. I was in physical therapy for 2 months.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to see what kind of person you are. Do you pay for somebody to take care of your plants?
Plants? First of all, I don't touch any of the plants. The plants are a responsibility of my partner. He takes care of the plants because these are his dad's plants. His dad left him these plants.
Alive that long? God damn.
No, it's just a year. Just a year anniversary tomorrow. So, but the plants are alive and kicking. I had an orchid which I killed. I had his grandma's plant. I killed that. So therefore, I'm off plant duty permanently. So I don't touch. Like I kind of give him tips if I see it's getting dry. I'm like, okay, you need to water or whatever. But I don't touch the plants.
Yeah, I need a plant fairy.
The plant killer giving somebody advice on how to keep a plant alive.
Yeah, let's call it.
So you're a plant killer too?
I am. I have to have an arborist to take care of any kind of greenery.
Yeah, you know who's good at plants is Just. He be having plants in the background, like holy shit, the plants look good.
It's a good sign of a person, like what they can take care of and stuff. Not necessarily when it comes to kids, but when it comes to
Like I could say, like my best friend's kids, I've taken them for the whole weekend, and like I could take care of kids 6 and above. I would say, no problem. But a plant is tricky to me.
I can take care of anything with a face, right? With anything with a face.
I guess Lisa opened already. Let me see. Let me see what crazy title. Jail? What does WTH stand for?
What the hell?
Oh, okay.
What the hell? What the hell?
What the Halliburton?
What the hell?
That's the link up in time.
What the hell?
We need we need like sounds here, the like music here. Because we're always singing, oh, did we get
Click the link, I told you.
Going. Alright, yeah, click the link. We out of here. Anonymous, stay here. Don't follow us, okay? Not him having the poop emoji.
One must show one's.
Father, I lift my voice in prayer. Let your grace and your army release possibly upon your son. Let grace abound in the name of Jesus. I declare increase. I declare opportunities in the name of Jesus. From today, as you go, let the unctions of Adonai be released massively. I declare, let your eyes be now opened. Let your ears be sharpened. From today, let the strength of the prophetic be released massively. I prophesy, see visions. I prophesy, hear the voice of angels. I prophesy, see visions. Hear the voice of angels. Hear the voice of the Lord. From today, I release the prophetic mantle in the name of Jesus. Thank you, receive it. I declare it. Amen. Shakil, God bless you. All coming. Shakil, I invited you to speak here. Prophet Diana. Okay, Lucia. Prophet Diana Price, God bless you. Mon Rich, God bless you. I want you to join me up here. We are going to move on a prophetic speech. This one is called prophetic speech. Thank you, Jesus. So you have somebody that must join. Let the person join. If you have joined our meeting before, you know how our meetings are. If you have joined our meeting before, you know how God moves. So I want you to now just copy the link and say it. So tell somebody that my seer is around. The seer of the Lord is around. And by the grace of God, I am sitting as God's divine oracle in His presence, and I'll tell you the mysteries of Adonai. Yeah. Thank you, Jesus. Just speak in the language of the Spirit like that. I want your spirit to be energized before I move into that realm of divine prophecies. Zelugre, Dibragada, Radada, Libribridus, Zibragada, Gradedebo, Zelebragada, Maruskete, Zirabadus, Rapaluske, Rantelemenu, Zebrandata, Zibrantata, Librantata, Librantata, Kiradadadada, Zelebregede, Zurugedibra. Just lift your voice and say it to somebody right now. Say it to somebody. As you say, you tell the Father, as I have said, every mystery concerning my life, reveal it to your oracle or reveal it to your seer. Let him see and let him speak to me. Tonight, people are going to hear things that will shock them. There are certain things you will hear, it will shock you. You think nobody knows. But it will be a proof that God dwells in the affairs of men. Yeah. Yabalushke. Yorabababababababa. Rabadushke telebede. Rabadagadagadagadagad. Iradadadushe. Just lift a voice of prayer. My eyes are widely open. Thank you, Jesus. I see 3 angels that have moved to stand with me. I see 3 angels. Somebody, there is a prophetic angel that is with me. The name is Prophet Diana. I'll pray a prayer for you. I'll pray a prayer for you. Yeah. I'll pray a prayer for you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. But I want us to say, where are the people? Where are the people? They are 4 left. No problem. Prophet, let me see the name again. Diana. So I hope you can hear me, please. Hope you can hear me. Baruske. Can you hear me? I want to know whether, okay, that means my network is good. Woman of God, I'll pray for you. But I wish you will mute yourself for us to talk. Is that possible?
Yes, how are you?
Yeah. Okay, woman of God, I want to pray with you. And the prayer I'm going to pray with you, what it will do for you today is that for today, when you hear, you'll be shocked. But for tomorrow, it will be the manifestation of your test and your aspirations. And the next time, it will be full of testimonies. Father, in the name of Jesus, I declare, as you tabernacle with me, as you open my eyes always, so shall it be that tonight you open my eyes. Father, I bless your name that you hear me always. I bless your name that you open my eyes always to see mysteries about your people. I bless you that you speak to me concerning the life of your people. That Father, destinies are better. That your people find hope. That our people. Oh, thank you. Woman of God, let me pray with you.
Yes, I'm here.
Man of God, I'm going to pray prayer with you. I've seen an angel that has presented an envelope. Is that with me? And when this angel presented the envelope, I saw you had bowed down and I saw you were in prayer. This one even looks like a worship, not in prayer. It looks like you are in worship. And all of a sudden, what say I'm looking? And it was like that day, it was like it was your birthday. I with me. I will be one of them.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
It was like your birthday, and I saw you pray. The reason I'm saying that is because I saw an angel of destiny that was released to stand with you. I want to pray this prayer with you. I'm going to tell you the deep things. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Spirit of God.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jesus. One of God, there is something needed to be done. I've seen prophetically in my vision that people are moving close to you and they have seen you and they are seeing your appearance and they said everything is working together for you, nothing is wrong. But whilst I am looking at my vision, I saw you lifted up your dress. And when you lifted up your dress, I saw that what was under your dress was not that good. And you are trying to show people that look, and the people were not seeing, and they say that you don't have a problem. And I said, angel of the Lord, what is this? And the angel of the Lord said that some people around you, they have watched you and they think that you are all good. But you, within yourself, you are trusting God for a kind of provision, which I am going to open it up to you. I will be pleased.
Look, Japan is fucked. And they're not gonna like have mass immigration, even though if they did, a lot of people would come there because then Japan would stop.
Oh, listen. I am not no fucking video watcher. Nothing I'm saying comes from YouTube. So you can stay on YouTube all the fuck you want to and do the YouTube thing. I'm not some fucking YouTube scholar. That's not me. So you can stop your fucking
Well, Akima, the reason why these questions come up is because you famously, in one of these rooms, referenced a book, and then when we interrogated... Yes, and when we interrogated that, that book did nothing, made none of the claims that you said that it made. In fact, the claims... Hold on. The claims that book made had to do with the relations specifically in the Great Lakes. It had nothing to do with you said that it was establishing that blacks were the original inhabitants of North America, and the book itself makes no mention of that whatsoever.
Hey, Roger, you losing so bad. Like, right, first of all, you didn't read the book. So you and no one else can analyze this book because y'all haven't read it. You did a Google search about the rough surface